And we're on. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature meeting, Tuesday, December 15th of 2020. It's 5:30. You could all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If we could have a roll call of members.
Amanda Champion,
Yeah, here.
Deborah Dawson,
Here.
Henry Grandison,
Present.
Rich John, Anna Kellis, Dan Klein,
Here.
Ann Corman,
Present.
Mike Lane,
Here.
Dave McKenna,
Here.
Glenn Morey,
Here.
Martha Robertson,
Here.
Mike Sigler,
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne will be arriving later this evening. We have 11 members present.
Thank you, Kathy. We are going to have a reorder of our agenda this evening. We will have two proclamations that will be read by our chair, Leslyn McBean Claiborne, who will join us later in the meeting. We will not have executive session this evening. And if we could now hear from our wonderful poet laureate, Melissa Tuckey. Welcome, Melissa.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you all in some way. Thanks for making time and thanks for supporting poetry. It has been an unusual year, as you know, and difficult time for performing arts and teaching. But I want to share with you a project that I've worked on this year that is close to my heart, which is I've been teaching haiku at the public library on Zoom for social solidarity. And I thought I'd bring some of those haiku to share with you. I've taught this workshop 3 times this year on Zoom. The first offering in April, we had 35 people show up, and also a big crowd the second offering in May. And we just did another one last night. And the poems make a history of this experience that we're having. Haiku is a very accessible form. Anyone can learn to write haiku. It's very popular for that reason, and a joy to write it together. So I'll read you some of the greatest hits. And for some people, I have first names only. I also want to tell you that we'll be printing these poems up and hanging them in the library windows this winter. So you'll be able to walk by and spend time with them. So here are some of the poems. Old friend wears a mask, empty-handed. I cherish her laugh lines even more. Katherine Johnson. Behind the fence posts, my mom sits waving at us, masked, isolated, foggy. Silence and comfort, stillness, the world in motion, 0 degrees warm. Joanne Conway. I want to also let you know that one of the moving things during the haiku workshop was the jail counselor, Joanne Conway, was able to link in with a couple of students, a couple of prisoners to participate, which was a rather unusual connection for the community. Hate rally in Albany. Coronavirus spreads on the air. No masks. That's Melissa Tuckey. Small buds opening. There is no certainty here. The streets are empty. Barbara Peace. Pulling dandelions, I admire their persistence. Roots strong, sun-bright petals. Melissa Tuckey. Buses roll past us as drivers honk. We clap our thanks each day at 7. Mark Ashton. When all the thoughts become calm and quiet down, beauty emerges. Bob Yavitz. Food, hot water, warm boots, sunrise, lighting up the trees, kind neighbors, clean mask. Valerie Rockney. My multiple lists, a grand adventure this week, shopping for neighbors. Nita Weber Shirk. And one last one from yesterday. Healthcare workers tired, clap as vaccines arrive, trucked in through winter's first snow. Iris Marie Bloom. And those are a few of the poems that we wrote together. And I was sorry I wasn't able to get out more in the public and do more during the rest of the year. But it has been a delight, this whole experience. And working with folks on Zoom was also a really great way to connect in a deep way. And I hope you enjoyed our poems. Thank you so much for your support of the Poet Laureate position and the arts in Tompkins County. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Melissa. You have definitely made us proud, and your work has been absolutely incredible. This is only my almost, third year on the legislature, but I can honestly say your poetry has been invigorating, it's been empowering, and it's really been motivational. You set the bar very high for our next Poet Laureate. So thank you so much for your service, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
Great.
Take care. See you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. As mentioned, Leslyn McBean Claiborne will be joining us later. Her daughter, Indira, is currently receiving an amazing award at the Ithaca High School Board of Education meeting this evening. So she'll be joining us later in the meeting. Let's open it up to privilege of the floor for the public. I actually have 2 public statements to be read, and then we will move on to our public comments. And I have 4 people that have signed up for privilege of the floor. I'm going to start off by reading a comment from Travis Nevens. He asked for this to be read out loud at our legislature meeting. Thank you to all that supported the resolution to change the composition of the IDA board at the HED meeting on the 8th. I believe that adding a seat for organized labor that is familiar with local construction workforce can lead to positive changes for Tompkins County. The last whereas in the resolution states the type of organized labor representative that should be appointed to the IDA board. It states, quote unquote, in particular, maintaining a representative with labor experience and knowledge of local labor, including workforce retention and development potential on the TC IDA would provide well-informed advice on topics such as construction-related issues, the status of the building trade sector of the local economy, and job growth potential as a result of development proposals to the TC IDA, end quote. As I read this last whereas, I see that a building trades representative would best be suited for this organized labor seat. So if the resolution passes during tonight's meeting, I would like to recommend that the chairperson of the legislature appoint Dave Marsh to the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency to fill the seat allocated for organized labor. Dave Marsh has a long history of working with the community in Tompkins County. Dave is currently the business manager of Local 785 Laborers and has had many official positions within the Tompkins-Cortland Building Trades Council over the years. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for all that you do. Travis Nevens. Thank you very much, Travis, for your written comment. Next, we have comment from Ben Hunkler. I would like the following comment to be read aloud during the Tompkins County Legislature meeting. Tompkins County workers deserve well-paying, reliable green jobs. In order to secure these jobs, it's paramount that the Industrial Development Board include a labor seat to incorporate workers' voices in discussions of local development. Too often, IDA-funded development projects only serve to displace working folks by raising municipal rent prices and outsourcing labor to workers who live outside our county. The best and most immediate way to rectify this situation is by allowing workers to participate in decision-making processes related to development. Thank you very much, Ben, for your comments. Now we are going to open it up for privilege of the floor and those that have called in this evening. If we could have Todd Brewer first. Welcome, Todd.
Hello, thank you very much for letting me speak. For those of you that, my name is Todd Brewer. I'm the business manager for the Electricians Union right here in Ithaca, New York. It's IBW Local 241. And I represent over 250 members there and their families. I'm also the president of the Tompkins-Cortland Building Construction Trade Council, which I represent over 3,000 members. And I'm proud to be here in front of you today asking for your support in adopting the resolution to put a voice for labor on the IDA committee. And I think Travis said it great with the comments that he had about having a local labor representative on it, you know, especially a building trades person, because we're on the ground. We know what's going on. We're familiar with everything. With the building trades, we represent 13 trades. So there's you know, hard to believe there's actually 13 trades out there, but they all have their specialties, all have their work, they all have local labor. And I don't want everybody to get hung up on hearing like a union labor representative, because a labor representative is going to be looking out for all labor, whether it's union or non-union. Our goal is to get local people working. I was asked about, look at Purity Ice Cream, for example. They had they committed to local labor when they did that renovation, and I commend them so much. Everything was all local labor, every part of that job. And I believe Aldi's was too. In the case of Aldi's, I don't think there was any union contractors on it, but it was all local labor. So I'd take my hat off to them too. It was just great to see that, you know, because we had neighbors, family members, you know, we had people we knew working there. And so I commend them for that too. I don't see what the hurdle would be to have a local labor representative on the board, because we have everyone has the expertise and experience and knowledge that they could bring, you know, from a career in whatever field you come from to bring to the table. And I think having a voice from someone that's been in the field like that, boots on, would be huge. As far as that's hearing that side of the story, I think would be great. Plus, it's also with the building trades, we're always looking for ways to recruit more women and disadvantaged people out there that don't know about the trades. And a tool like this would be instrumental in us trying to recruit more people that the labor markets usually don't get attracted. You know, they usually don't have the attraction to some of these people that live right here within Tompkins County and within the city. And some people that can't have that rely on public transportation. This is a good tool to try to keep local people working and, kind of practice what we preach as far as, you hear the commercials about hiring local, shopping local, buying local. And all we're asking is this a chance to help local people get jobs. And when Travis recommending Dave Marsh for this position, I think Dave Marsh would be a fantastic representative. He's very knowledgeable, very skilled, very he's calm, collective, good thinker. And I know he has experience with most of the people on this conference call, on this meeting. I would proudly endorse Dave as well. And if Dave wasn't interested in it, I would gladly step up myself too. But I would definitely 100% back Dave. But thank you all very much for giving me a chance to speak, and I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much, Todd. Nice having you tonight.
Thank you.
Next is Ellie Pfeiffer. Hi, Ellie. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the privilege of the floor. I just wanted to also throw my support behind the resolution and support for organized labor. I think it's plain and simple. You get a tax abatement. Tax abatements are there to support job creation. Labor needs a voice in those decisions. And so I think now is a really good time to do that from the perspective of green jobs creation. IDA projects are often, new construction that have high standards of energy efficiency. They're big solar projects. They're energy efficiency retrofit projects. On principle, labor should have a seat at the table. In addition, we're trying to create a green economy where there is, workers are empowered to enter green jobs. I think this is a really good opportunity to get that voice in the IDA, and I look forward to the vote and just wholeheartedly support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie, for coming tonight. Our next person up is Dave Marsh.
Good evening. Thank you, Todd. And Travis Nevins was originally our nominee if this position comes to fruition. He has been promoted to an international rep and will be heading towards Washington, D.C. area, which we just found out literally less than 10 days ago. So congratulations to Travis. He's a bright young man, and obviously his international recognized that and grabbed him up. So our loss hit their game. So back to the default, if this position is created and you so choose, I would accept the nomination. I used to serve for many years on the old TCAD board, and also on the finance committee, and also was quite involved with a lot of IDA projects as they came through the pipeline back then. So not only do I bring construction experience to the table, but I also bring some experience on that side of the table as well. I know a lot of the legislators personally. So that's enough on that. I want to talk about why we think this position could be helpful to Tompkins County. As Todd and Travis mentioned, we think that more conversation needs to happen with developers when they come to the county. I think the legislators have always tried to have those conversations, but not having the advantage of what we know is the reality on the ground, as Todd said, as far as availability of workforce, training programs, and on and on. We have substantial resources to train people. our apprenticeship programs actually give women and minorities preference over others in hiring. I don't know if a lot of people realize that. We already have those apprenticeship programs certified by New York State in place. And we have the training facilities and the resources and the instructors and ready, willing, and able to adapt to the, I will say, quick technology change we're experiencing, which is going to continue, especially in the green workforce as we move forward. There's going to be different products being installed every 6 months or a year. You can see it happening now with the stuff we hold in our hands, the phones. Well, the same thing's going to be happening in green technology, and that's actually what's going to probably ultimately get us to zero carbon. Is technology more so than what we're trying to do today. So, anyways, all of those reasons and many, many more, we would like to be at the table and have those conversations as whomever it is comes to you for economic incentives for their projects. We think we have a fair amount to offer. If you so choose me, I can tell you that I am very open-minded about the reality of getting projects off the ground. If somebody comes to us and says that there's a compelling reason why they have to hire a contractor from Albany and bring their workforce, well, we have to listen to that. But we'd like to know why they're bringing their workforce from Albany, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, or out of state, because it happens a lot more than maybe you realize. And no offense, it's just the reality of what's going on. And with COVID, I think we can safely say we really don't want people traveling from miles and miles away, or at least minimize it as much as we can, at least for now, for sure. And I can tell you in the construction industry, although we're doing quite well today and probably will for another 6 months or maybe a year, the job market is going to get tight for us as well, because we're funded by, a lot of our projects are funded by government funding. And you all know what we're dealing with there. So I'll stop there and just encourage you to please consider this resolution. As you know, other counties that are near us have already went ahead and made this appointment. And, actually, I didn't realize, honestly, that actually Broome County has 2 labor appointees. So it's interesting news to me. I just found that out literally a week ago. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave. Nice to have you tonight. Okay, next for privilege of the floor is Chris Kale.
Hi, I actually have submitted written comments, and they really wrap up most of what I think about this, but I am certainly in support of the resolution as it is currently set up. I did go to the committee meeting, and I want to reiterate the point that this is important. I support everything that the folks in labor have been saying, but it would be important to do this as a good government measure, even if it were not necessary to have a seat available for labor for some other reason. I think that it is just essential that the IDA board have an even balance between interests, so that no one interest holds a majority of votes on the IDA. It's good government practice, and I hope that we can do this. And certainly, given the situation with what we've heard from labor, we've got people who can fill that slot and fill that very ably. So looking forward to hearing the conversation about it. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Chris, for joining us tonight. Next on our agenda, we have privilege of the floor for municipal officials. And I see Duxon from the city of Ithaca is here. Welcome, Duxon.
first I'll say, as you probably got my correspondence on the IDA thing, so I won't lean into that so much, but I hope that passes tonight. I don't have much to say. I'm here mostly to answer any questions you might have. I guess the one big thing is we're, again, considering allowing dogs in the comments. It got sent back to committees, so there'll be more discussion on that to clean up the language and what's allowed, but that should be coming back soon. And the other major thing is what the county's involved in too, which is reimagining public safety. So that data collection process continues, and I'm happy to see that there's a couple more public forums for some more give and take like we saw last Friday. But otherwise, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Duxon, can you speak up a little bit louder?
Sure.
Okay. I do see some hands up. Anna and then Dan Klein.
Yeah, hi, Duxon. I have a question for you about the heated debate about possibly making Buffalo and Court one way between North and South, Meadow and Fulton, to adjust for the waterfront developments and traffic safety. Has that conversation continued? I know that it is controversial, so I would love to hear any updates.
I don't have any update on that. I don't know. I know that most of us on council, at least, are not big fans of the idea, but I have not heard where those discussions stand.
And is it on the agenda at all, or is it a timeline right now where it's in communication between leadership in the city and the DOT?
No, it might be a staff level conversation right now, so I'll check up.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Dan Klein and then Rich John.
Yeah, I received a inquiry about the garbage that's building up on the edges of the jungle. And it's not my district, but I did spend a little time talking to some people about it. And I heard a bit of history about a number of efforts, good efforts that were made to try to deal with it that were unsuccessful. So this is the first chance I've had to talk to a common council rep, wondering if you have anything to say about it. And if you don't have it today, that's fine. I would just, at some point, like to hear if there's a plan.
I don't really, but I heard that too. I read that on Facebook, and I did want to follow up. I know that a couple of years ago, the fire chief was part of an effort to come up with a plan to deal with jungle residents, but I really hadn't gone very far, so I wanted to check back up on that. But at this moment, I do not have an answer.
Thank you.
Rich John.
Hi, Doc. Thank you for coming to our meeting I appreciate the update. I wanted to just touch base with you on the Dogs on the Commons issue. I had a long conversation with one of our common constituents who was concerned about the lack of either police or other city public officers who are patrolling. That they were telling me that there really hasn't been the presence we've had in the past. And the concern is that having new rules about dogs with nobody to enforce them could lead to some problems. And I was wondering, was there any parallel discussion on increasing patrols to make sure it all works? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, she's come to me with those concerns as well. And I think there's not been a specific conversation about increasing patrols, but there is certainly a continuing desire to have foot patrols, which is among the more desirable police presences just in general, certainly on the commons. So now, I don't know that we have anything specific in terms of increasing it, but in response to her concerns, I would say that the police are not fans of enforcing the existing ban, and they find it very difficult to deal with, to tell families that they should get off the commons if they're visiting with dogs, and that dogs are on the commons anyway, and if we kind of change the legal structure so the DIA can put out bags for waste collection and things like that, we may have a better environment overall. So, but I'll bring those issues up certainly when we discuss it this week, tomorrow at Planning and Economic Development, and then in the beginning of January when it will come back to council.
I'd appreciate that. And let me go out on a limb here and say, I don't want to pick on one person, because I think I share some of those concerns that if we're going to institute new rules, we want to make sure that people understand them and obey them. It doesn't have to be police officers that are doing the patrolling, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to just change the rules without anybody checking to make sure the commons is maintained in the way we all want it to be.
No, I totally agree. Plenty of people in council have those same concerns too. And because it was such a massive investment, we certainly want to preserve it.
Okay, next question is Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, thanks, Shauna. Thanks, Doc. I think I heard from the same constituent who I suspect just cast a broad net of people to whom to express her concerns. But one thing she did mention to me was that she was very concerned about dogs interacting with small children. And I was wondering if there was any possibility that perhaps there would be a way to fence off or enclose the playground so that would eliminate the danger of dogs attacking small kids.
It's an interesting idea. I'll bring it up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah. Martha Robertson.
Yeah, hi, Doc. You just said something about families visiting with dogs. Is there a distinction? Like, you have a lot of people living on the commons. Is there a distinction in the law about people who live there not having dogs or can have a dog? Or
I mean, currently there is. So people who live on the commons with a permit can have them. But that is actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is one of the large drivers for allowing them as well, is that as we increase the amount of housing on and around the commons, we don't want this additional burden upon them. And again, just as a pragmatic matter, even those who don't get an exception or a permit are going to have them around. And so it, in a sense, I've agreed with many of the critics where it's like, where the issue is either enforce the rules as is, or what's the point of having the rules? And so we're increasingly on the side of what's the point of the rules at all if we cannot enforce them, and if we narrow the scope of what can be enforced, which is leashing and things like that, then we may have, and the ability to address the waste issues a little better. We may end up with a better experience for everybody.
okay, great, thanks.
Henry Granison, and then Mike Sigler.
Yes, Dutson. Sorry to keep rattling you about this issue, but I took a tour of Howard Square, and they allow dogs. And does the Marriott, do other hotels in the area allow dogs too?
I don't think the Marriott does, but I think the Canopy does. And City Center certainly has dogs. I don't know about the Hilton offhand. I don't think so. I think Canopy is unique in that it allows dogs, whereas one of the first. But certainly the permanent housing around allows them.
Okay, thanks.
Mike Sigler.
Hi, Doug. Hey, listen, I know that transportation issues kind of haven't been, everything's been COVID, but Lime Bike went away before COVID, and I had just read a post on this, like a picture from a while ago. I didn't know if there was any attempt to bring anything like that back. Are we looking at that from when people return?
Yes. So Bike Walk Tompkins is taking the lead on that. They have prepared a request for expressions of interest. They are working with, they're keeping, one of the criticisms of the Lime deal was that they had taken the lead and then worked with the mayor's office to get it approved, but didn't involve much of the public or with council. And so they're this time reaching out to us ahead of time to get our input on the RAI. and we'll keep staff and all of us in the loop. But in short, yes, there's an effort to find a new vendor to provide bike share in Ithaca.
All right, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Dutson, for joining us tonight. I don't see any other hands. We appreciate you being at our meeting.
Good seeing you all. Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you. Okay, now is the time that we open up the floor for legislator comment. I first want to say really quickly, thank you to the dozens of people that have written us over the past few weeks in regards to one of the resolutions that we will be voting on tonight with the IDA resolution. I know that we have received, I can easily say dozens, and many of us have read through each one of them. I definitely tried to return everyone's email to show my appreciation of reaching out. But these comments, we really do take them to heart. It's very helpful whenever we're trying to make these big decisions. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I see Anna Kellis's hand up.
Yeah, so I wanted to start by thanking everyone that did write in addition to what Shauna said. I think I read at least 25, 30 emails. So I wanted to thank the public for their engagement. And I wanted to, with tremendous nostalgia, announce my official stepping down resignation letter that I have submitted to officially step down from the legislature on December 31st. I have been on the legislature a few weeks over 5 years, and bear with me for a moment. You all, this will be my last speech, Amanda, big speech. So, I really actually just wanted to thank you all for these 5 years. They have made me who I am, hardened me in some ways, humbled me in other ways, deeply educational, trained me for the work that I'm going to be doing at the state legislature. It has been such an honor to serve with every single one of you. I think the one thing that the world can say about us, and certainly in my heart that I can say to each and every one of you, that you do this work with such tremendous earnestness. Every single one of you, I would call a public servant. You truly care about this community and you care about this work. And for that, I am so grateful. I'm now doing a lot of training at the state and preparation and orientation, and seeing how much just the experience that I've had writing legislation, fighting for legislation, negotiating with all of you, working in the community, not only how deeply it roots me in the community, but actually just the skills that I am bringing with me to do this work and represent. And that also, I think, will help me serve. And to the community, I deeply love this community. I grew up here, and I am so excited to represent and expand into Cortland. And my knowledge that I have also about county government, I can't emphasize enough, and all my colleagues I'm sure would agree with me, how incredibly important it is to have members of the state legislature have county experience. You hear us talk all the time about unfunded mandates and how much the county is doing the administrative work of the state, but without the funding of the state. And that's something that I will bring with me. I will not forget that. I will not forget my roots. So that to all of my colleagues, I know the struggles that you guys go through to deliver the services as wonderfully as you do, and to the staff. Lastly, I just want to say, I don't think that there is a better place in the world. There's a better staff in the world than working with our staff. The earnestness that we have, it's times 10. And Jason leading the helm with tremendous nobility. So I'm going to stop with that. I just wanted to gush at how much I have appreciated working with you all, and how much I promise you I will take the passion that you sometimes, waxing poetic and long, but it is passion, and it will help me do the job, and I will take it with me and use it to fight for this community and Cortland as well. So thank you, everyone. And my last day officially in Tompkins County Legislature will be December 31st.
Okay, Anna. Well, thanks for bombing out on us. Let's give Anna a hand. Anna, it has been a pleasure working with you, and you have made us very proud. There's no doubt in our mind that you're going to do an incredible job. So we send you off, little grasshopper.
Oh, I'm learning how to fly. Or jump,
Okay, Ann Corman.
Thank you. I was having trouble with my microphone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All righty. So I'm a little confused because I thought Anna was going to stay here and do both jobs, the legislature here and the state assembly. So, okay, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that. So, so I would just like to say briefly that when I, 4 years ago, when I started thinking about running for office, I said I need to first talk to Anna. And because she is so hardworking, she's so passionate. She's originally from Trumansburg, which is the shining diamond of the county. And she really, really cares about the residents of this county. And I think that's what makes a great public servant. And she has been my mentor, and I can't really say much more. I'm going to cry. So I will stop there, but I will say my thanks again to you, Anna. Thanks for being there for me and for everybody else in the community. Secondly, I wanted to read, we have received so many emails in support of the labor, the resolution adding a labor representative to the IDA that's on the agenda tonight. I wanted to read one that is very short and sweet, but and I just want to say, I think I've received at least 50. And so if anybody here or anybody out in the community, if I haven't responded to somebody's email that's not on this, it's because it got lost in all this, but it's great to see how much support there is. So this message doesn't have a name, it has an email, but I won't read the email address. It says, for too long, this legislature has ignored calls from working class community members to make space for labor representation on the IDA. Workers and their labor make all of these projects possible. And they deserve a seat at the table so that their voices are centered in the decision-making which directly impacts their work and their lives. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Annie. Next is Martha Robertson.
Thank you, Shauna. I would echo everything that Annie said, except the mentor part. I think I was on the other side of it. But Annie, you heard at the beginning that we have 2 proclamations coming when Leslin gets here. So just we'll put a pin there. I want to change the subject a little bit because this has been a pretty momentous couple of weeks. In fact, pretty momentous 4 or 5 days in this country, with approval and the beginning of approval of vaccine and for COVID, and the beginning of vaccination of our fellow citizens. Finally, we have something to look forward to, but please, everybody, please stay the distance, stay the course on social distancing and masking. It's not even clear if you're vaccinated, it's not clear whether you could still transmit the disease. So the vaccine only keeps you from getting sick, we still don't know. You might actually still transmit the disease. So we're a long way from out of the woods. And I know we'll hear more about this later tonight from Jason and Frank. The other momentous occasion, of course, was the vote of the Electoral College that established that Joe Biden will be our next president, Kamala Harris will be our next vice president. I am very pleased that I shouldn't be something of note, but Mitch McConnell did acknowledge that and congratulate the two of them this morning. And I want to say that our own Tom Reed was one of the earliest Republicans to congratulate the Democratic ticket. I deeply appreciate that. He also was one of a minority of Republicans in the House who did not join the lawsuit at the Supreme Court filed by the Attorney General of Texas. Part of the momentousness of this past week was that the Supreme Court dismissed that lawsuit very quickly. We have a process, we have laws, we have a constitution. And I for one, want to thank Tom Reed for helping to uphold those laws in that constitution. So we have a ton of work to do in this country. And I look forward to a country that starts to pull together to get that work done. Thanks.
Thank you, Martha. Next is Mike Lane.
In a similar vein to what Martha just said, I wanted to speak a little bit about the fact that we have just gone through a process that makes me so very proud of our United States of America. We have the strongest democracy in the world. Sometimes it's a little messy. We've been through some messes in the last few years, but it works. It was set up by a group of founding fathers at that time who put together some philosophical ideas about government going back a couple hundred years and set it up in such a way that no part of government became too strong. And I think we saw the third part of government at the United States government, the courts, step up to the mark this time. Doesn't matter what party you're a part of when you're in the courts, you represent all the people. As a lawyer, I know that. I know how hard judges work. The fact that we went through an election during a pandemic, closest thing I can equate to it was maybe not as severe, but it was the Civil War when the election took place that reelected Abraham Lincoln at that time. A lot of people told him to cancel the election. But Lincoln was felt very strongly that we had to continue because that was what they were fighting for, our democracy. So I won't go on and on, but I've learned about our Constitution. I've learned about how our government works since I was in elementary school and secondary school, as I think we probably all have. And it does work. I'm glad we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for that. Next is Amanda Champion.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to remind us all that we are currently meeting on the traditional homelands and land of the Cayuga people and the Haudenosaunee people, and that we should continue to show our respect for them and their elders, past, present, and future. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Amanda. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I see no other hands. Now I would like to move on. We do not have any special topical presentations this evening or legislative discussions. Move on to the chair's report. This evening, I want to address you not just as the vice chair of this legislature, but as your colleague and your neighbor. As we embark upon the holidays, we are all growing restless. Many of us miss our families that live in different states. We miss our friends and our neighbors and our friends, some that live just next door or down the block. I get it. We're tired of Zoom meetings. We're tired of our kids being at home all the time. And we miss the people and interactions we used to have 9 months ago. As we look at the holidays, I ask all of us, please, please be patient and be persistent. Continue to stay home, wear your masks, wash your hands, and if you experience symptoms, go for testing. We have 2 locations now. One's at the mall and the other is on Tioga Street. As we embark on the new year, we know we will see an increase in positive cases. With the college students returning, our children returning back to school, people returning back to work, we are all taking necessary risks. However, our community is small. And while we have a wonderful community hospital, there are only so many resources. A few days ago, the first vaccine in New York State was given to an ICU nurse at NYU. It gives us all hope that in the upcoming months, many of us will be able to get the vaccine and go back to life as usual. We continue to thank our essential workers, the nurses, doctors, aides, police, EMTs. You are the front line. I'd also like to send our appreciation to all of our county staff that have continued to show their dedication and devotion to the people of Tompkins County. You are our heroes. Happy holidays to everyone that celebrate, and stay healthy, happy, and safe. Thank you all.
Nicely said.
Thank you. Okay, next, let's have a report from our county administrator, Jason Molino.
Thank you, Shauna, and thank you for those good words as we move forward into the holidays. We have for you a presentation that we've done for the past 16, 17 legislative sessions to go through kind of the past 2 weeks, what's happened on the scene of our COVID-19 response. It's been busy, to say the least. The past probably 4 to 6 weeks have been busier than most, probably the busiest we've seen in the response. And I second what you said, Sean. The staff have done remarkable work to be able to stay on top of that. We're joined by Frank, Amy, Dominic, and EOC. I think even Jay's up there with them. I'm going to share my screen here, and we can begin. Okay, everybody can see the COVID-19 response. You'll know that this is a familiar format. You can see all the dates down here. Just so you know, I am going to send this to NISAC tonight or tomorrow. I think it's a great, 135 slides of chronological order, but I think it gives a good history that I think will serve us well in the future as we look back at all that we've accomplished and gone through. To get right into it, over the past 2 weeks, December 2nd to December 15th, we've seen a big spike in cases. We surpassed the 1,500 mark in terms of total positive cases. Right now, we currently have 289 positive cases. We've seen 2 additional deaths, unfortunately, in our community. 13 are currently hospitalized with a total of 6 deaths. That's the statistics as we have them. A slew of general executive orders have been continued. Most of them are continuations of existing orders. One that's usually always asked about is the continuation of the remote meetings. I believe that was done at the beginning of the month, but these continue, and we have Jay Franklin to thank for who always is on top of reviewing them and translating them into common language for us. New York State updated its cluster zone metrics, which are based off of hospitalizations, a lot of monitoring of hospitalizations, which may trigger certain actions by the state. The governor's mentioned several times. I should say he's back to three press briefings a week. He's mentioned, obviously, if hospitalizations continue to grow in certain parts of the state, it will trigger certain restrictions. I believe New York City is under one of those restrictions now, where they have stopped all indoor dining. And he has talked about restricting it greater in other parts of the state if hospitalizations continue to increase. I should note that the southern tier, I think, has the lowest infection rate and one of the lowest hospitalization rates of any region in the state of New York, and that's a good thing for us, and I think we're a big part of contributing to that. As Sean already mentioned, first vaccines were given in New York State. Queens was in terms of the first to receive it. It was put on the media the other day, and that's being distributed. I know Frank can update anything, give any more information about vaccination distribution. Some community partner announcements. We had TCPL and Loaves and Fishes open up a warming station in the Borwarner Room in response to the current weather conditions. We continue to push out rent relief assistance and the availability of INHS funding. And also several school districts have announced their decision to go remote from now through to the end of Christmas and through the end of the holiday break. Most were slotted to come back January 4th. Some have already announced that they will come back in person January 11th. And we're in touch with the school districts on a regular basis. Continued increase of communications primarily around public exposures. And that's probably going to continue to say that. We have had an uptick from the Thanksgiving holiday, and we've put out some press around that as we saw a lot of the surge in cases, more than half are related to Thanksgiving gatherings or gatherings around the holiday. We unfortunately had our highest day last Monday with 61 cases. Frank and I were on a NISAC webinar talking about the testing relationship we have with CHS and the successes of that. We were there with another county, Lewis County, that has a community hospital, but have received a lot of inquiries over the past few weeks about our approach, not just from community testing, but our approach in general in managing and what I think is an exceptional job in managing the disease, our contact tracing efforts, our case investigation efforts, having quick turnarounds, much quicker than most communities, and that's drawn some attention from our colleagues, and we've fielded some phone calls as to how we've approached it and what we're doing, which is good. And we had a good town hall last week, thanks to Leslyn, which I think was well received and probably had the highest attendance and highest amount of views so far, as we talked a lot. I think it was close to an hour and a half, talked about the vaccine process and how it's distributed. So a good turnout, and the community continues to respond well to our town halls, I think, which is good. And we'll continue to do them into the year as we go through this and continue to communicate to the community. This is a slide you're familiar with. We've shown this regularly. It talks about the amount of people power we've had to put behind the initiative. I did have an interview, I think Frank and Leslyn did as well, with the Ithaca Voice, so I'd expect that they'll have an article out just in terms of the amount of staffing that we've put behind this. If you see there, well over $2 million worth of staff salaries and overtime that have contributed to this, closer to 60,000 hours of dedicated staff time to it. And there's more to come, but it's definitely a big effort on our part. Two things about the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We talked a little bit about this in the Budget Capital Personnel Committee, and Martha asked that I brief the legislature. I'd be happy to do it. There's some nuances with this FFCRA. It's set to sunset at the end of this year, 12/31. There are two components to it. One is it provides or requires employers to provide sick leave for employees that are either quarantined or in isolation due to a positive case. And that's to ensure that they get paid sick leave. That's not as much of an issue for us, and that will continue even if the federal act does not continue beyond the end of the year, because it's mimicked or covered in a piece of state legislation that was passed around the same time. What does end is an extension or expansion of the Family Medical Leave Act that allows or requires employers to provide 2/3 pay after the first 2 weeks, but from week 3 to week 12, regarding employees that have childcare or dependent care needs. So that's an expansion to the Family Medical Leave Act. It's a federal benefit. It includes an expansion of employment protections, in addition to the employer being responsible for covering a portion of their leave. Lisa and I are meeting later this week to kind of talk through what happens if this is not continued at the federal level. We spoke, Leslie, Martha and I spoke briefly with both representatives at our Senate and in Congress, House representatives, to kind of get what their perspectives are, if this leave is going to be continued. And I would say it's safe to say we didn't get really any strong support that it was, or confidence that it was going to be continued. So we internally are going to have to talk about what happens if this goes away and how it will hurt the workforce. And if we continue it, how do we continue it, under what conditions? Because continuing to allow staff to take care of childcare needs and dependent care needs is an important part of ensuring our workforce is protected. So it's just something we're going to look at over the course of this week and next week, and we'll issue some communication out to the legislature. I'm leaning towards obviously finding a way to continuing to support our employees through this, despite the federal legislation not continuing. But it won't come with all the protections that the federal leave will, but at least it may come with covering the 2/3 pay perspective, so that employees don't go unpaid while they're trying to take care of children or dependents through the coronavirus as we kind of go through this. So more to come with that, but just wanted to brief the legislature, and obviously if you have any questions on it, Lisa and I can do their best to answer them tonight. And COVID-related expenses, 1.2 million. I should say about that number, the biggest component that we think that we'll receive a lot of reimbursement for is the testing, and I have a slide later on for that testing. But frankly, what's happening, what we're starting to see is, FEMA is not going to probably reimburse with a lot of things related to this. So for example, telecommunications equipment, if we had to buy cameras for computers or had to buy laptops to be able to work remotely, none of those things will be reimbursed under FEMA. And a lot of, as you know, a lot of the regular staff time and even some of the overtime will not be reimbursed. So as we're reassigning contact tracers not to be reimbursed, and these rules unfortunately are not static. They're continuing to change, and FEMA changes them and we're learning as we go with it. But we still are very confident that the community testing will be reimbursed, and we're in the final stages of review for our first submissions. Haven't received anything yet, but obviously when we do, we'll for sure let the legislature know that we've started to receive that reimbursement. Here's a slide we inserted. Thought it would be a good idea just to share with the legislature and the public kind of a snapshot of how Sunday evening starts, or Sunday starts the work week. And this is a summary of an email that generally comes from the EOC Commander Amy Hendricks to a lot of the EOC staff, kind of as a heads up of what we see as a Sunday as to what the week is ahead of us. And I'll let Amy and Frank kind of talk a little bit more about it. I say a snapshot because obviously by 10 o'clock Monday, it can all be twisted and turned around, but it just kind of gives you a little bit of understanding of some of the different areas that the EOC works on a regular basis. But Amy, I'm going to let you take this slide, and you and Frank can fill in some of the blanks.
Sure. So this slide, as Jason mentioned, usually Sunday nights or Monday mornings, an email will go out to all of the core EOC staff, which is about 14 people at this point, and includes, the different functions that we've set up, looking at what the week may hold. Then from this, we are in communication now daily. We have a noon briefing call where we all come together, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 4:30s, where we do check-ins on all of these pieces. So the first one is just looking at what the COVID-19 caseloads look like, census comes out usually Sunday evening, Monday morning, what it's looked like over the weekend. So we have a handle on what that is. Also a handle on who will be calling through the contact tracing system, how many calls we are preparing to make, and what does the staffing look like there. There's also briefings at the health department daily. And so Frank usually is on those, someone from here is, and so we can bring them back together and make sure we're all aware of what's happening. The other piece is talking with Cuga Health Systems. Frank sits on weekly meetings with them, as do I from time to time, asking questions about what the testing demand looks like, what are the future operations there. And Cuga Health Systems has been a partner from the beginning. They actually were on site at the EOC when we first set it up. We worked together to look at what a sample site could look like, and that's continued. That's a relationship that's very much ongoing. And we continue to communicate with them on the hospital capacity planning, and are in, just checking in there to make sure we understand what the hospital is doing and how we can help and assist them. And they're looking to see how they can respond to the community needs. The finance piece is another piece to this, understanding where we are in the FEMA process. If Jessica Verfus handles a lot of this along with our finance department, if there's additional things that we need to be pulling, if there's additional documentation or other things, sometimes it's tracking checks down or making sure that things have been paid or that we have the receipts and they are actuals and showing what we need. If there's any updated information, just making sure that we know what that updated information is, making sure our website's up to date, posting new info. If there's guidance that we need to issue or press releases, really making sure that everyone on the team knows what that guidance is, what those press releases are, in case we get any calls. Another piece to that is the datedly table. And we have a great public information officer team. The PIOs meet regularly and they make sure that that data table as well as column, which is any communications that are going to be coming out. What info do we need to be making sure that the public's aware of? We weigh out each of those press releases to see what's in those press releases, making sure that all the partners are aware. So if we see a community exposure, we're working with the business, we're working with the positive case in some circumstances to make sure that everyone's well aware of what will be released to the media and when it will be released. Also, there's a lot of public inquiries. That database, I think on day one was already, overflowing, and it continues to be. And so we're responding to those inquiries in real time as much as possible. Sometimes we get multiple questions for one area, and then we weigh out, is that a press release? Is there another way to push that information out, as well as responding to the individuals that put in that information. We also are still managing county operations. And so that's making sure that we're supporting our departmental leadership and ensuring that they have what they need. Currently, that involves looking at our density reduction plans, as well as preparing the emergency plan for New York State. So making sure that our operations are in alignment with what we're saying we're going to do, and also providing our staff with what they need to make it happen. We create a lot of all staff memos or directives so that everyone's aware of how the spread is happening and what steps we're taking. We also have now a contact tracing section, which Jason mentioned has been growing. We have been working, originally the contact tracing fell predominantly to the health department. We've now expanded by having additional staff support that. And now we have also hired staff that will be working into the contact tracing system. So with that comes everything from interviews to onboarding to ensuring that all the documentation's there, that they have county orientation and all of those pieces, as well as managing their training schedule and their day-to-day schedule. So there's quite a bit of, it's a subsection, it's its own little department in a lot of ways. And then those contact tracers are calling the contacts, issuing quarantine orders, talking with the people that are in isolation and making sure that things are being checked on. So they're working in partnership with the nurses as well as others. We also are constantly trying to learn from our community partners and answer their questions. So we have weekly check-in calls now with elected officials. We also have nonprofit calls, higher education calls, as well as a community reopening to staying open committee that's meeting on an ongoing basis just to check in to see what's going on, where we can monitor things and keep in communication. And then we have the vaccine planning. And so that's really looking at planning and developing how we're going to be rolling the vaccine out. This is something that's not new, especially to the health department. It's something that they've been planning for, but we have to tweak that plan as we get information from the state and others and how we're going to do the vaccine. So we're meeting with our partners, renewing those MOUs, making sure that our agreements are all in place so that when we have large amounts of the vaccine, we can do the best of our ability, put it out there. So this is a lot. I will say that this does change the main categories. Some come and some go, and depending on where we are in the pandemic response, there may be a new category or some things may be lighter. Some of it is very standard, like communications has been very standard, managing finances. But some things, we ramp up at different times. So vaccine planning obviously has ramped up a little more in the last couple of weeks. So there is some fluctuation between each of these categories and what's happening there. The other piece on here is the hours from the Emergency Operations Center. And the health department assistants. So the health department assistants is people that we have brought on into the health department to assist. And they come in a variety of different ways, from our contact tracers to assisting, with just general operations as well if needed. So those are the regular hours as well as the overtime hours of both of those sections.
All right. Thank you, Amy. As you can see, it's a complex, and this is just obviously high points of what's to come in the week, but it's a complex, ever evolving and fluid process, and any day of the week, at any point in time, it can change. But I thought it'd just be good to give a snapshot of some of the preliminary communication that generally goes out Sunday night to everyone as we get ready for our week. I'm going to have Frank talk a little bit about this. This is a contact tracing effectiveness. There was some questions about the New York State use of contact tracers and the resources they provide and some of the limitations with it. And we had some data that I think is worth sharing about our contact tracing effectiveness, which I think is attributes to a lot of the positives that have come out of the response from our perspective and our ability to contain the spread of the disease. But Frank or Amy, do you want to explain this a little bit?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. So I wanted to start by pointing to the picture here a colleague at the Ithaca Times took of Karen LaSalle, who's one of our community health nurses. She's actually retiring on Friday after 24 years with the county. She has agreed, maybe a little arm twisting involved, to come back a couple days a week after the holidays to continue to support the effort. But I just wanted to draw some attention that she's one of the multiple folks that have been retiring over the course of the year with many, many years of experience with the county, and we appreciate her service. The data, as Jason was referring to earlier, maybe it was late last week, the governor in his press conference talked about where cases were coming from. You may have saw that he said 73 to 74% were coming from households. And then from there, it was a precipitative drop off as you looked at other locations. I think the thing to point out that Dominic was able to kind of flesh out for us is that was only 20% of the state's positive cases. So what that tells us is that the grand majority, contact tracing, case investigation, contact tracing has not determined the source of the exposure. When we look at our data, and we've been sharing this with you all right along, and it continues into this presentation this week, we're over 50% of the positives where we're able to identify where those are coming from. And so I think there's a lot of things that obviously feed into that, but certainly a large component of it is the work that our staff does. So we're not just going through the motions as we're doing this work. The nurses and the other support staff are really working to try to understand with the individuals where the exposures are coming from. One, so we can determine if we need to take additional steps or communicate to our community about where we're seeing things happening. And so we've been talking about households and small gatherings, so we concur with the governor on that. But we've also seen travel. We've also seen other clusters that we've been able to talk about and alert the community on. So it really does go to show that the work and the extra effort that the nurses and other staff are putting in is really playing a role in our ability to control the disease here in Tompkins County. Before we leave this slide, Jason, I guess this 2 week, so this presentation, the data, as we show you, isn't really going to show much remarkable change. But one thing that is different is we're changing how we're pulling this data. And it's really important to kind of explain this to you and the public as we move forward. So you may be aware that the state instituted a system for case investigation and contact tracing back in July. And we've been using that system since its inception, but it hasn't been they've been building it and improving it along the way. And we really weren't in a place where we could pull the data the way that we wanted to be able to report it to you through demographics. So we had been doing a parallel process on paper. Some of it was literally writing on paper and then being loaded into a giant spreadsheet that we were managing and manipulating to get the data out of, which was a huge effort for both the folks doing the case investigation work as well as our support staff. So we finally felt comfortable a few weeks ago to be able to say, okay, we can get the data out of the state system effectively enough that we can stop doing that parallel system. So we stopped that, to great relief from the nurses and the other staff, because they weren't having to do duplicate entry anymore. But it changes a little bit how we have to present the data to you. And so there's a couple of things to point out. First, the system, the data goes back as far as July 1st. So when the system started, they didn't import previous cases or previous information. So when we're going through the data today, you'll see the total cases that we're reporting on in these charts is smaller than the total cases we've reported to date. And that accounts for the cases that occurred prior to the transition to ComCare. And so there's just no real good way to combine those. But the bulk of our cases have happened since July 1st. So it's still a very clear picture of what's happening. So I just wanted you to kind of be aware that that change has occurred. And the one piece that will be missing this presentation is the municipalities. The state does it by zip code, which isn't as clear for us. So we're still trying to parse that data to be able to get back to reporting it by municipalities. So we hope to have that for the next presentation when we give it to you, but it won't be here tonight. All right, thanks, Jason. So all that being said, you can see that the positive cases is 1,406 is what we're using for total. Again, to just right size for everyone, the red numbers that you see on here is what we reported to you 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. And the end at that time was 808 cases. That was a month ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a month ago. Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't jump 600 in 2 weeks. So it was at 808 a month ago, and we reported these to you. That's what the red is, and then the others is what it is now. I think what you started to see, as Jason's pointing out, in that age 20 to 29, we're starting to see a right sizing as where students are starting to leave for the holidays and not return. And so across the board, we're still fairly close to our census data. And I think we're also starting to see the right sizing in that age group that had spiked during the early spring. So our race, same thing, pretty consistent with the population. In fact, it's getting, it's shifted a little bit closer to the actual census numbers, even though they're small percentages. We are seeing, a little bit of shifting within those different categories. Ethnicity, the same. It's shifted a little bit closer to the census data, but very small percentage shifts. And this is our testing data. I'm going to turn back over to Amy.
I was going to let Frank handle it because usually he handles the questions on our testing data. So our testing data, you will see that we continue to have increases in the testing sites. So now we are reporting having the downtown site fully opened. And so you can see there's been an increase in total numbers tested as well as in Tompkins County residents that are going to those sites and then that are not covered. So those would be without symptoms and without insurance. So as you move through this, one of the pieces on this, and I believe Jason will be preparing a resolution for probably next week to go to Health and Human Services to look at what we do in the future, because we are getting close to what the initial resolution went forward with. So we have continued to see some increasing within those in those numbers, and we continue to see that about a third, between a quarter and a third of the total Tompkins County community tested are in that section where we are covering that.
Excuse me, Amy, it's Martha Robertson. It looks like November 29th where that number jumps. Is that where we started the downtown site?
We started it, I think, the week prior, but only on Friday and the weekend. So yeah, that would be it.
Okay.
It's also a component of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Right. So there was a lot of testing just post Thanksgiving that occurred. Because if you look at the trend, we were gradually going up until the week of 11/22. We took a big jump the week of 11/29 and then back to 12/7. It's kind of continuing along that trend that we had.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it in terms of.
Jason, just one more thing from the data perspective, that if I could share, the table that we're reporting data on has been pretty consistent since the very beginning, but we are shifting that. Actually, today we shifted how we're reporting the data a little bit. So up until now, we had been reporting in the testing data, so the total tested, pending results, that was all coming from CHS. CHS is the predominant tester for Tompkins County residents by far. And so we were able to use their data to kind of paint the picture. We made a shift, and we're shifting from that data coming directly from CHS to using the state's eClair system, which is where all the communicable disease reporting goes to for the state. And that reports at the time of the result. So what we're showing now is the test results that we received that day is what's being shown in the chart versus the test collections that occurred that day. So it's a shift. It's an important shift because it allows us to include all testing, because obviously we don't have the relationship with the other labs or the other organizations that are doing testing to get the data at point of collection. So this gives us the full data, but it also allows a comparison for the positives against the tests resulted that day. Right. So it kind of gives you a closer direct connection to the way the state is looking at that data as well. So we felt like it was an important time to make that transition. One important detail, the positive cases have always been reported through the nurses at the health department, and that will continue. So that we're not changing that. It's not as if we didn't include results from other labs besides CHS. Previously, every positive result came through the nurses, and that's what got reported in the table. It has always been that way, and it will continue to be that way. So we just wanted folks to have that, and even more so for the public as the chart changes. We did do a press release on it today, and there is a description on the website about the change as well.
Anything else, Frank?
No, that's it. Thanks, Jason. Sorry.
All right. So I think that's the end of what we have, but I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has about what we just covered.
Thank you very much for that very detailed report. Questions, Mike Lane?
Was wondering, do we have vaccine in Tompkins County now? And when do we expect our health professionals to be receiving vaccine shots? And the small allocation figures that we saw for the whole southern tier, is that 2 doses for each person, or is that 1 dose?
Frank,
so yeah, I can try to answer that. So the Pfizer vaccine, one of the limitations, well, there's a couple of limitations. One is the ultra cold freezing capacity, but the bigger one is that it's shipped in minimum allocations of 1,000 doses, right? So when you look at the way the state administered it across the regions, it's difficult to send it to large numbers of places because it comes in that large batch of doses. So that is the regional approach that the state is taking. So the large medical systems are getting those doses initially. The local hospital systems have been asked to sign MOUs with the others that have gotten the vaccine to begin getting their people vaccinated. But we do expect that once the Moderna vaccine is approved, which we're hoping will be any day now, that can be shipped in batches of 100, minimum of 100. So it's a lot more flexible in being able to send it to more places. So we do expect that once Moderna is available, that we will start to see that coming directly into our community. We do also know that the state has entered into the agreement, opted into the federal program for long-term care facilities to use large pharmacies like Walgreens, CVS, and a couple of others to contract to go to those facilities. And we do know that that our local facilities have already been hearing and getting dates scheduled here in the month of December to start having those vaccines for their residents and staff as well. So we do expect in the next couple of days and weeks that vaccine will be directly here in the community, but it's we have to be patient with the process as the distribution plan unfolds.
So thank you, Frank. In the meanwhile, are we sending our healthcare professionals to larger hospitals for vaccination?
So Cuyahoga Health Systems is undertaking the management of that. And I know they've been in communication, but I don't know exactly where they are in implementation just yet.
So it hasn't started then?
Yeah, I'm not aware that it has, but I don't know that for certain.
Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you, Mike. I see Martha and I see Henry, but I also want to recognize that we have guests with us. And if it's okay with you all, Henry and Martha, I'd love to acknowledge your guests and deal with that, and then we'll come back to questions. Is that okay, Henry, Martha? All right, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you again, Vice Chairwoman Shauna Black, for getting us going today, convening the meeting and getting us going. I came in at the time that Shauna was offering words of thanks to our staff and to others for the hard work they've been doing and wishing everybody safe and best wishes for the holidays. And it is in that vein that I also want to take time to acknowledge on behalf of this legislature and the citizens of Tompkins County, a couple of people who have been very instrumental in making things work for us in the county, keeping us in mind and serving us well. So please allow me to introduce a proclamation thanking Assemblywoman Barbara Lifton for her years of service as our esteemed, and I do mean esteemed and honorable, Assemblywoman and friend to so many of us here in Tompkins County. And just so you know, I did communicate with Barbara and she said, oh, I'm interested in this information that's being shared right now. So I will read. Whereas for nearly 2 decades, the Honorable Barbara Lifton has dutifully and faithfully served as our Assemblywoman for New York's 125th District. And whereas prior to her successful election to the New York State Assembly in 2002, she dedicated her life to public service as a teacher, and for 14 years as Chief of Staff to her predecessor, Assemblyman Marty Luster. And whereas during her tenure, Assemblywoman Lifton led efforts in legislation to ban fracking, require voting machines with paper ballots, and eliminate burdensome voter ID requirements that suppressed the vote of people of color, women, senior citizens, and urban dwellers. And whereas Assemblywoman Lifton's commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice was evident by her co-sponsoring and leading the debate for the Assembly bill authored by Danny O'Donnell that made New York the 6th state to pass the Marriage Equality Act, making same-sex marriage legal. And whereas in 2010, she led the battle to ensure licensing of midwives, which helped them continue their crucial work of helping to birth babies and caring for the health of so many women across our state, especially many who are disenfranchised and underserved by the healthcare system. And whereas, as a passionate advocate for children's education, Assemblywoman Lifton fought relentlessly for proper funding for our schools so that all of our children could receive the best education foundation from pre-kindergarten to 12th grade. And whereas, specific to Tompkins County, she sponsored successful legislation that added a third judge to the Tompkins County court system, and another allowing the city of Ithaca to institute up to a 5% occupancy tax for hotels and motels. And whereas Tompkins County's residents also have been able to count on Assemblywoman Lifton to advocate strongly and successfully for funding for projects including the Tompkins Center for History and Culture, the YMCA, the Greater Ithaca Activity Center, and the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. And whereas, with humility and grace, Assemblywoman Lifton is the first to say that she did not achieve these accomplishments alone, and credits many of these ideas and issues as constituent-driven. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature expresses its gratitude to Assemblywoman Barbara Lifton for her years of principled leadership and partnership, often shoulder to shoulder in the trenches with us and all constituents fighting for what's right. Resolved further that due to the occasion of her retirement from the New York State Assembly, we call on all residents of Tompkins County to join us in extending our thanks to her with best wishes and happiness for the years ahead. Signed, this 15th day of December, 2020. Thank you, Assemblywoman Lifton, from all of us at the Tompkins County Legislature. Thank you for your service. Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, you know, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. One never knows, you know. I just want to thank you. It's so touching to hear the list of things. And, you know, as you were going through, you know, things that are very important to me, things that I know are very important to my constituents here in Tompkins County, fighting for children, fighting for education, fighting for the environment. You know, thank you for the recognition on so many of those things. But I was thinking too that so many of those things were done in collaboration with the Tompkins County Board. You know, I've been so honored to have you all there, you know, backing me. I always knew that you had my back on many issues, and of course, many issues. I see Martha there, and other people have come from the board. Affordable housing, you know, keeping the property tax down on affordable housing, being able to use, you know, let's clarify, we can use county money to build affordable housing. And of course, you know, the 7-year fracking battle, where so many of us were shoulder to shoulder, huge local efforts, Tompkins County really, you know, taking the lead in many important ways with the local control issue. And, you know, again, a long, tough battle, but people were in it, you know, day after day, week after week. And so as difficult as that was over all that time, there was always a sense of solidarity on that. And then of course you folks came out and said, we're going to do more. We're going to do the climate work. We're going to deal with natural gas. You know, these are not easy issues. They're tough issues at the local level. Believe me, I know for everyone, but it's been an honor to work with you with such integrity and principle on these issues that we know are so important to our children, our grandchildren, future generations. So it's been a great honor over these 18 years to represent all of you and all of the wonderful constituents that we all serve and represent. Thank you all very much. I'm very touched. I got my Kleenex here, so you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Barbara, and you will be missed. On behalf of the entire legislature, I'm standing for you. Thank you.
And I'm enjoying meeting with Anna and talking to her about things to come, and she's going to do a great job.
Thank you.
I'm confident.
And
thanks so much.
Clerk of the Legislature will make sure that the signed and sealed copy of this proclamation is sent to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will treasure it for forever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and now we have another proclamation in appreciation of legislator Anna Callis, who is moving on. And I will read. Whereas in 2015, the Tompkins County Legislature was hit with a burst of energy, curiosity, overzealousness, grit, and quirkiness known as Anna Callis. And whereas Anna brought with her the biggest heart and dished out universal hugs, whether you wanted them or not, and genuine love for humanity. And whereas Anna gave generously of her time to quiz, advise, and mentor citizens who were considering a run for the legislature, several of whom soon joined her as legislature colleagues. And whereas Anna's colleagues describe her as one of the most dedicated individuals, someone with whom you can vehemently disagree on an issue or a vote, and in the end be able to shake hands and yes, hug, and move on to the next issue. The queen of multitasking, fastest texter this side of the Rocky Mountains, and of course, humorous. And whereas Anna's passion for the issues about women's rights, climate change, equity, and justice, and overall human rights leads her to over-research, over-explain, over-present, and outlast her colleagues for anyone who disagrees with her position, because by the end of it all, she's mostly right. And whereas it was this passion, dedication, honesty, over-communication, knowledge about the issues, transparency, and big heart that led Anna to first run for the legislature, pulling off an unexpected upset win against establishment politics. And whereas these very attributes and more propelled Anna to another big victory for the New York State 125th Assembly seat, being vacated by Barbara Lifton, staying true to her convictions. And whereas this is the first time in over 3 decades that a member of the legislature successfully ran for higher office and will be leaving the legislature to assume that new role, now therefore be it resolved that members of the Tompkins County Legislature congratulate and salute Tompkins County's legislator, Anna Callis, as she ascends to her new role of New York State Assemblywoman Anna Callis on January 1, 2021. We extend wishes for more and better sleep and send our best sentiments as we know she will continue to make Tompkins County proud. Signed this 15th day of December, 2020. Anna, these are all words from your colleagues that got crafted into this resolution in appreciation of you. Thank you very much for your service to Tompkins County.
I really wish, Barbara, you could share those tissues. I didn't bring any with me.
In this moment, Anna, the Tompkins County Legislature, the clerk of the legislature, and our staff want to present you with a token of our appreciation. And by the power vested in me, I designated a new Tompkins County legislator to carry out those duties right now.
Oh my God. Oh, you did not. No, the tissues.
Thank you very much, Joey. Joey Steinhagen, Anna's partner, is conspirator with us in making sure Anna gets.
Oh my God. He did not let on at all.
A basket of goodies from us, complete with a lot of county swag, so that you will remember us.
Oh, I'm bringing this with me to Albany.
Thank you from all of us, and especially from Michelle, Kathy, Katrina, and Brittany, who did most of the work pulling the gift together.
I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you pulled that off. I can usually pick up on these things, but I didn't pick up on it at all.
Yeah, no, Anna, we're slick like that.
Yeah, you are way too slick for me, clearly. Thank you, everyone. I've already given a really cheesy speech earlier today in my
That's all right.
flustered way, but but my heart is in it. I'm sincere, and God, I have been feeling really nostalgic the last couple of weeks. I just need to tell y'all, I'm gonna miss you. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna be across the street. I miss arguing with you. I'm gonna miss like collaborating with you all, brainstorming with you all, arguing some more with you all. I just really appreciate everything you've taught me. So thank you.
You're gonna miss us even more when you get up there and find out how much harder it is.
Oh no, I have literally been doing 14-hour days, like 7 days a week, because they call conference like every 2 seconds, right, Barbara? It's crazy.
Oh, we'll be lobbying. You won't miss us that much.
That's true.
We'll be knocking on the door.
It's different though. We have done amazing things together. So many amazing things together. And I really appreciate it. Everything that we fought for has been so deeply embedded in the community. And I really am honored. I've been in 7 hours straight of a Zoom orientation today. They gave us a 15-minute pee break. And I have to say, I feel like I have been trained by our 5-hour meetings. Now I know the value of them because I will be in many, many more of them, it seems. So I appreciate even that. But thank you all so much.
You're very welcome. And thanks again, Anna. You do have a certificate signed by both myself and the county administrator representing all sides of county government, both our employees as well as our policymaking legislature. Thank you again for your service, and thanks everyone for honoring and recognizing Barbara and Anna.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night, Barbara.
Good night. See
Good
you all
night.
later.
Thank you, Barbara.
See you on the street. See you out in the hood. See you out in the hood soon.
See you in the morning.
And now we will proceed. We went through everything on the first paper.
We're back to the county administrator.
Okay.
Should we take people are waiting on the
Yes.
resolution on the industrial development agency?
We have a couple of hands raised from Jason's presentation.
Yes. So, all right, let's go back to the COVID report. Thank you, Martha and Henry, for your patience on that and flexibility. So Henry and then Martha.
Yes, Jason, I assume that FEMA has not reimbursed us a dime yet in terms of the stuff.
Check is proverbially in the mail, apparently. No, we are in the last final stage. We are in the last final stages of continued review, and everybody, we have this question every time at noon and every other day at 4:30, and the answer is no, but we're hoping in the very near future. And when we do get that first check, we'll make sure it cashes, and then we'll let everybody know it cashed.
Okay, and is Frank? Oh yeah. Well, since we know that Southern Tier got 4,500 vaccines, is there any kind of formula by population of how many Tompkins County gets?
So that is all being brought out by New York State Department of Health, and I don't know what that would look like. As Frank mentioned, it's going to a hospital within the region, and they all have MOUs and are determining it there. It is a pretty close kept secret. It comes up on the control room every week or every other day when we meet, and it's not being shared.
Okay. And my last question is for you, Jason. Since you have predicted that Cuomo will close the state once again, I know. Will it, if he does close it, will he close it by regions, like with the phase ins and the phase outs, or would it just be all closed at once?
Good question.
That's the ability.
Just to clarify, I said it's possible. I did not predict it. The headline was a little deceiving, but I think what he has talked about. So we've heard some different things. What he's talked about is New York City and then the rest of the state when he talks about restrictions. And considering there's so many different clusters that are popping up now, it's starting to blend together. My prediction, although it doesn't mean anything, is that if you were to do restrictions, it would be statewide. Or at least it would be everything other than New York City. I mean, if there's a differential, it's New York City and then everybody else. So my prediction is that if there's something that's going to happen, it'll be statewide, or it'll be everyone with the exception of New York City, which may be different. Like New York City already doesn't have indoor dining. Right. I guess across the state following that. So the difference, I think now, as it was maybe in March was a quick shutdown of everything in immediate response to the drastic changes that were happening in the city. I would expect now is more stay-at-home orders, maybe greater restrictions, probably not the shutdown as it was, as we've known it. That said, if next week is completely, out of control with cases, you never know what could happen. But my prediction would be if he does do something, it'll be more statewide.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Henry. Martha?
Thanks very much, and thanks to all the people who are waiting for the IDA resolution. So we know how much, or we know how much the Southern Tier is getting in terms of vaccine. Do we know how many people in our county are in the first batch? How many healthcare workers? How many nursing home staff and residents? And in particular, I'm interested in hearing about the jail staff and inmates. Talk about a congregate setting, people at risk. I know I heard on the radio today that I think that there are 7 states that are incorporating inmates in either the first or the second tranche of people to get vaccinated, but 7 out of 50 is not many states. I wonder where we stand on that. So the question is, how many people in our first category do we have? And do we have a database? Does anybody have a database that sort of manages that?
So I think Frank would be best prepared to answer that, and he had a 7 o'clock meeting, so he has stepped away. But I don't know that. I know he's been looking at what the first tier and all of that is, and there is state discretion on a lot of those things. So that's why you're hearing about, in some populations, the jails and other settings. I do not know what the New York State guidance is at this point on that. Right now, it's focused on the nursing homes and the hospital staff. And it's only, to be clear, it's not all medical workers with this first round, it is hospital staff.
Okay, I hope we can get that information. It really would help us track kind of how we're doing on our most vulnerable folks. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Martha. Shauna, and then Annie.
Yeah, let me just take this off. I had a question in regards to the public exposures. Every day we're getting notices that there are public exposures at bookstores and grocery stores. And was wondering, first off, if we had seen any positives resulting from these public exposures, other than the person that was either working or in the store.
So we would not be sharing that information, Shauna, because we don't share that individual. We have not had large clusters that if we saw a large cluster, obviously we've shared some of that information, but we have not shared that information.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, because whenever people are receiving these notices, it's also advised that people go immediately for testing. Yeah. And, obviously, if we're not seeing positives from these public exposures, It just begs to question if us paying for the testing is actually, I understand we're trying to be proactive, but if it's actually money well spent. So if we could, at some point look at the data, certainly we don't, personally need to know who's positive or not positive. But if we're not seeing public exposures, then I would question us spending money to continue that testing, or to at least ask people to go test.
It's a good question, Shauna. We'll definitely continue to talk about the public exposure piece and whether or not we advise about testing or not.
Okay, and then the second question I had was, I was contacted today by a school nurse who said that they are not considered essential workers according to the state, and they are not a category 1. And they're concerned because many of the school nursing offices are very enclosed spaces, and the whole idea is that there are sick kids that are going into the nurse's office. So I don't know if we can appeal to anyone working at the state or Governor Cuomo, whoever makes these decisions. But I do, in fact, think that they are on the front lines working with sick people and should be included in that category 1.
We can have Frank bring it up and talk a little bit more.
Okay.
With folks about where they fall into, where they fit into 1A, 1B, or where they fall into the vaccination categories.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you, Shauna. Annie?
Thank you. I actually have some gratitude to express to the health department, our administration, our emergency operations, all the staff involved in working through all the different aspects of this, helping us get through this pandemic, and also the Cayuga Health Systems. So this is from this week. I was told to express gratitude from the town of Ulysses and also the Ulysses Democratic Committee. So I wanted to do that publicly. And many people have been expressing to me recently that they are very grateful that the residents of this county are being so well taken care of. So from them and myself, thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you very much, Ann. Appreciate it. The staff has been remarkable through all of this, and they've really been supportive of each other and committed to the community and committed to the public health response. And I think it's, we talked earlier with some legislators. I think we have something like 50 or so staff that have volunteered to be contact tracers, to be reassigned at times. We have staff that have volunteered to be contact tracers to provide relief to the other contact tracers around the holiday timeframe, before and after the Christmas holiday, knowing that maybe they're not going to be that busy, and you're just seeing folks step up to work with each other and collaborate. It's been inspiring to see when you see the workforce come together that way. So many thanks to all of them for their hard work, their dedication, their commitment, and their continued perseverance through everything. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. Dan Klein?
Yes, thank you. I have been concerned about the staffing levels of the nurses that are handling our contact tracing on the front line. I continue to be concerned about the levels of staffing levels. I met with some people from administration earlier today, and they assured me that yes, the county is interested in signing up more nurses to help with this effort. And that we would like to, if there are nurses out there that want to work with us on a temporary basis, perhaps on a part-time basis, that we are interested in talking to you. I was also told that there will be a press release coming out about this, but let me just be the first then to give a verbal press release that yes, nurses, Tompkins County needs you, and we need some help with the contact tracing because of the large numbers of cases we're getting, and the employees that have been working on this for 10 months now. So I look forward to seeing the press release when it comes out, and for all of us legislators and everybody else that wants to help spread that word, and hopefully we can get some more help. Thank you.
Thank you for that push, Dan. And yes, to all of us, we can all play a role in, if we know people who, are in the medical profession who might be interested, to please, share that information with our hiring personnel, or direct, those folks to check in with us. So thank you for that. Anyone else? Henry?
Yes, Jason, have you guys made any outreach to people who have retired from the county, or retired nurses, retired doctors?
Yes, we have several retired nurses that are working right now as case investigators. Most are part-time, but they're working about 20 hours a week. So we have maybe 3 or 4 of them. We also have some retirees that have been brought back to do contact tracing. One of them happened to be our former probation director, is joining us to do some contact tracing. So we have a few other retirees that have joined. That was kind of our first wave of folks to bring on over the past week, and I know Amy and the team are going to be interviewing more folks to bring folks on basically under a project assistant title. To piggyback off of what Dan was saying, in addition to nurses, and we can hire nurses for a part-time temporary basis as well as full-time. We'll have 2 full-time vacancies. The contact tracers are project assistants. They're paid $15 to $17 an hour, and we're willing to work with people that can work 20 to 40 hours or more a week. And this could be a 4-week commitment, 2-week commitment. It could also be a 4-month or 6-month commitment. As I said, as we have staff that have been reassigned to this, COVID, we're not out of the woods. Obviously, while the vaccine's on its way, there's going to be ebbs and flows. There's going to be, unfortunately, most likely some surge and decline again. And the more we can allow some of our staff to go back to their other duties and supplant them with full-time tracers, that's great. And then when we need to pull our staff back in, we can do that and have that capacity. So folks that are interested in doing contact tracing here locally will have the ability to bring them on board for, like I said, at least a few months, maybe a little bit longer, depending how long we need folks on board to get through the pandemic. So, but yes, retirees have stepped up to the plate as well.
Thanks.
That's good to know. Thank you. Martha?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to something that was said. I think I'm happy if we spend a lot of money for tests that we end up not needing, because we don't know. You never know. There was a letter that went out from Cornell to their staff, faculty, and I guess whatever students are still around. And I sent it to everybody this morning. Just quote 2 sentences. It's important to recognize that while we may be doing the same activities or interacting with the same people today as we did over the summer, the increased incidence of the virus makes it more likely that we may become infected. As cases continue to rise locally and statewide, so does our risk of infection from contact with others. That this is really a dangerous period. And, I think the testing has really been key to keeping our numbers down. So if there's a public exposure and some extra people get tested, that's really kind of what we're aiming for. So I really, really appreciate what our staff has done and asked us to bring this whole issue to us so that we were able to step up and put resources behind that effort. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands. And so if you all, again, will indulge me, we have other guests who have been patiently waiting and enjoying our presentation, I'm sure. Dave and Ta, thank you for your patience. I assumed that you were here for the resolution about the IDA. And so I'd love to shuffle the agenda a little bit and bring that resolution to the top so these gentlemen don't have to be sitting through the rest of our otherwise very engaging meeting. So Anna Kellis, I believe that is under your committee, Housing and Economic Development Committee, if you just want to take up resolution M.
Absolutely. I would like to introduce. Yes. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I would like to introduce resolution changing the composition of the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency, ID 9778.
Moved by Anna Callis. May I have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deborah. Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Discussion. Go ahead, Anna.
Introduce it briefly. We've had a lot of communication from the public on this. I would like to note, this has been a perennial discussion. It is in the original resolution that created the IDA many decades ago. It's also specifically listed in the state law that created the opportunity for counties to develop IDAs. As several people have pointed out, there are multiple IDAs throughout the state that do have members of the labor community. For anyone who is watching this, I do want to point out that the intention, the spirit behind creating this resolution, and I think the perennial discussion, including discussions on the IDA itself, has been to really uphold and expand and promote the component of the intention of the IDA to create jobs, local jobs, and to focus the efforts or the intention of the abatements to help foster that. Of course, the IDA's work certainly does promote some job creation. The idea of creating the seat is a step further to actually have a representative who works deeply with labor, for labor, both within the building trades, but also for long-term labor positions. And many people are entering into the gig economy, for example, and we have many service jobs, particularly because our county focuses so heavily, our industries focus, we have so much in tourism, for example. So the position is really to represent all of the labor force. And I think that the resolution was written in that spirit. I do want to add the fact that this was very much a joint effort of many people. Deborah, Annie, Shauna, myself, Martha, Rich, Henry, Mike Sigler, all of you created gave input to this. Lastly, I'm going to say, this is specifically to remove, there are currently 4 legislative seats on the IDA, which is in current opposition to the recommendation from the state to have 3, so that the legislature isn't dominating the seats on the IDA. That is one piece. And it is within the purview of the local legislature to make this change. This does not require state approval to do this. So this is a resolution specifically for local administrative policy change. I know there's been some discussion to also add components of this to expand the number of seats. And I do want to note, I am certainly in support of that. I do think that's a very different initiative because it is specifically asking the state to do something. And this is exclusively a local issue. So I'm hoping that we can move this forward as a first step, as the community has asked us to do. And then we can continue the conversation to grow and expand and improve how we see fit the IDA and the IDA's actions. So I will present that and I'm happy to hear the discussion.
Thank you very much, Anna. Discussion, Shauna Black.
I do want to thank Anna and Deborah for writing this resolution. This has been something that many of us have talked about for at least 3 to 4 years, even the newer legislators. And I know that in years past and in legislatures in past years, this has come up. And, whenever you look at the formation of the IDA, we talk about collaboration and we talk about people at the table. And this just really, really makes sense. If we're going to have collaboration in our community, why not have the people that are working in our community at the table? So I will definitely be supporting the version that has been put forth in our packet tonight, and I hope that my colleagues will too.
Thank you, Shauna. Amanda Champion.
Thanks, Leslyn. Yeah, I also want to express my gratitude for all of you who worked on this. I think it sounds like it was very collaborative, and I know a lot of people put in their effort. So thank you. I'm a little bit, I know there's been a lot of emails back and forth, and I just want to confirm that we're looking at the resolution that is in the packet, right? It has not been changed at all since then. Okay.
Right. What's on the floor is resolution M that came in our packet.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Annie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank everyone who participated in this, and especially Deborah and Anna for doing so much work on this resolution. The way I look at it, one of the great things, or I would say a great thing, a silver lining to this pandemic is, to me, it's put everything back on the table. It's, and it's made me think, how do we want to go forward? How do we want to live our life? And so I think, what if we were starting the IDA new? If we were starting it new today, to me, it would make perfect sense to have somebody from labor having a seat at the table. People who live in, most of them live in this county or in adjacent counties, people who spend their money here, raise their kids here, send their kids to the schools, need housing, and who we create the Tompkins County, the whole Tompkins County workforce, the whole structure of Tompkins County, our government, to assist them in living their best lives and being safe. So to me, it's very simple, and I would not support any change to it to do something out of state, to go through the state to change the number of legislators or the number of members that are on the IDA. I think that's a separate issue. So I won't support any changes to that. I think keep it simple. This is really important, and let's just keep it clean and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Rich John, and then Henry Granison.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Rich, I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. I need to call on Mike Lane. He had his hand up before you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Folks are already speaking about what I'd like to do now, and I want to move a substitute resolution that I sent to everybody this afternoon. The substitute resolution keeps this is basically what I talked about on privilege of the floor at our last meeting. It keeps the idea of a designated seat for labor. It also expands the size of the Industrial Development Agency from 7 to 9 people. It allows us to keep 4 legislators on the Industrial Development Agency. We don't have to ask any of the 4 who are there now or who might be appointed next year to step aside. Ann or Deborah or Rich or Martha. So if they want to continue, they can apply to do so. It does also add another at-large position. So I think it's a win-win situation here. I'm not sure that we have to have state legislation. I think that we can bring a local law under our home rule authority that would allow us to change this. And as part of the resolution, if you look at what I sent you this afternoon, it's exactly the same language that has been proposed by Anna, but it changes the numbers to 9, as I just discussed, and adds a final resolve directing the county attorney and the county administrator to prepare whatever legislation is needed for approval by our legislature. So I would like to move that, and hopefully I can get a second.
Substitute resolution moved by Mike Lane. Is there a second? Seconded by Dan Klein. Is out your hand, Dan? Did I see you for that? Okay. Discussion on the substitute resolution. Oh, no. Yeah, am I right?
Yes.
Oh, I thought I missed
Yes.
something.
No, no.
You turned around and looked at me. I thought I went something. I went rogue or something, Kathy. Discussion? Deborah Dawson. On
Yes,
the
thank you. On the substitute resolution, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no gripe one way or another with us considering expanding the IDA at some point in the future, near or far. But I do take issue, Mike, with your assumption that we may not need state approval to expand the IDA. It has been the expressed opinion of the county attorney that the statute indicates that the legislature's approval is necessary to go beyond 7 members. The 7 members we already have. And it's the state legislature that the statute refers to. I agree with the county attorney's interpretation of the statute. If we need enabling legislation to add 2 additional positions on the IDA so that 4 legislators can stay on the IDA next year, that leaves us in a position where we may have to wait months to get state enabling legislation passed that allows us to have 9 voting members on our IDA. Now, that being the case, and the fact that on tonight's agenda, we already have the IAED representative and the at-large representative to be approved, and we have a city rep who's sitting, who, as far as I know, has a term that runs until next year. That means that Madam Chair has 4 positions she can fill next year. Now, who do we fill those with if your resolution passes? If we put 4 legislators on and a labor rep, which 4 of those 5 people can vote? I just don't see any need to do this now. I think it creates confusion. I think if we want to expand the IDA later, we can do that. But right now, to expand the IDA in order to put a labor rep on puts us in a position of not being sure if that labor rep is actually a bona fide member of the IDA. And I don't think labor, after waiting for years and years and years for a seat on the IDA, should have to wait any longer to have a seat on the IDA and a vote that's not in question. So I'm going to oppose your substitute motion.
Well, I just want to respond that I disagree with you that we cannot take and do home rule legislation on this.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. Thanks for the response, Mike. I see Martha and Anna to speak to the substitute. Sounding good there, Martha.
I know. I have the
Profound.
I have the resolution up on one side and it was covering the microphone. Go ahead with Anna first. I think her hand was up first.
I can't even.
Yeah, it's short. I find it very interesting. I was actually in, as I said, in 7 hours, 6 and 7 hours in orientation today with the state and the state council. Was about 2 hours of that. And they walked us through the process that we at the state need to do to help municipalities with home rule legislation. So the fact that that was even a component of my orientation, speaks to me that is something that I will be needing to do, and I think counters that point, Mike. But we have the county attorney here, and I would really like to hear, Jonathan, if you could respond to your understanding of the requirement that we would need from the state in order to change this as it is written in the state law of legislative action at the state that is needed.
Sure. I disagree with Mike. The statute specifically says, except as otherwise provided by special act of the legislature, you can only have between 3 and 7. The statute also begins by saying that IDAs will be established by special act of the legislature, and each IDA, including the county IDA, Tompkins County IDA, and every other one, is established by special act of the New York State Legislature. So it's clear to me that they are talking about the New York State Legislature. There is a specific statute establishing the Tompkins County IDA, and that statute says that it needs to conform with the section of law which says between 3 and 7. There's also authorizing statutes, and most of the counties have a very similar one. There's also 3 or 4 counties which have authorizing statutes by the state legislation which permit more than 7. Seneca, for example, has 9. There are a couple counties with 9. And I think someone cited Erie County, which has a very odd one, which if I counted has 20 something, but it's each one. But every one is established by a special act of the state legislature. And the one that establishes Tompkins County is between 3 and 7. So I do not believe that we can do otherwise, because the statute specifically says as otherwise provided by the special act of the legislature.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. Others on the substitute, Martha.
Yeah, home rule legislation is, we're not strangers to that. We do that a lot. So I am looking at Mike's resolution. I think there's a way to do this without having to do a 2-step. And I think that the intention is that the full composition would be 4 legislators and the rest is, with 2 at-larges. So adding those 2 positions. So I think first off and if this is friendly, the first thing I would suggest, and see if this is friendly, on this new resolve, Mike wrote that that should a local law or other legislation be required to effect the above changes in numbers and composition, the county attorney, etc. I think we're not talking about composition. We don't anticipate, I don't think anybody thinks we need state approval or a local law to change the composition. Is that right? And I guess that's a Jonathan question.
Yeah, that's correct, right.
So if we just first off take "and composition" out of the resolved, that would simplify that question. Is that friendly to Mike and Dan?
All right with me.
Dan is nodding in agreement.
Okay. And then I think if we, and I understand people's, the idea, and I think it's true and correct that you want to start with 3 legislators, 1, that's interesting. The 1 elected municipal official is actually not the way we have it right now. The city rep is an at-large member. But anyway, if we just change it back to 3 legislators and 1 at-large starting in January 2021, and then to add a 4th legislator and another at-large member subsequent to writing and passing whatever legislation we need. So I think there's definitely a way to do this, and I think there's a benefit to it. Then we know we can set up the IDA membership next year, knowing that that there's a confirmation that in fact we will have a 4th legislator, we will have a 2nd at large, but starting in January we will have a labor rep and 3 legislators. So if that's friendly to Dan and Mike, I could try to wordsmith it on the fly here.
To be honest, I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Trying to be honest.
The idea being that we're not asking that this is not asking labor to wait. This is saying that it's the view of the legislature that we want to change the composition as we've said, but also to add 2 seats. And we were asking the county attorney and county administrator to advise us what the local law or legislation might be that we need to add those 2 seats. But to make it clear that the first 7 go ahead and get appointed as of January, or as of beginning in 2021.
I have no objection to that, what you're suggesting, Martha. The whole idea here is to move this ahead simultaneously.
Okay. Mike Sigler, Rich John, did you have your hands up to speak to the substitute?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Is it me?
So
Or
before
Rich?
you go, Mike and Dan, were you saying that what Martha's suggesting is okay?
Yes.
It's all right with me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to work on exactly what the words are, if that's all right, if that's what you want.
All right.
Okay.
Mike Sigler, go ahead.
I guess I don't mean to be confused. I don't really see what the big deal is. Like, you pass them as 2 separate things. We don't even have to pass the one tonight. Fine, and we all know that we want to add 2 people to the IDA. Okay. It's not like the state is going to rush this like, wow, oh, gosh, they passed the resolution and I will get right on that and get it by the end of the year, right? So if we pass the labor tonight, we do the seat, one way or another, you're going to have 3 legislators. You're not going to have 4. It's like a statement of intent, which is great, but I think we all already know that. So I don't really need it to be in the resolution that we have a statement of intent. Heck, I think if you put Anna on it, she'll probably get this done before she leaves for Albany. You just put one where she'll call a special meeting or something. So anyway, I'm pretty happy with the resolution as it is. I understand we want to add 2 more people to the IDA. I don't think 9 is a bad number. I think it's fine if we do that. And I'm going to since I have the floor now, I might as well say it now as opposed to later. I think the resolution's fine. The other resolution, I think it's fine. I just had wished really that it had stayed as a trade union seat. I understand. Listen, all the unions are, if you belong to one, I think that's great. I think that the other unions that aren't trade unions are great. If you want to belong to one or not. I guess the idea, though, I was really hoping that the person that got on would have the expertise we were looking for, which is we want the people that are building these buildings and structures to have a say. So I would have liked the seat, frankly, to be reserved for the trade unions. But that wasn't the overall feeling of the legislature, and I appreciate that. So, I'm going to vote for the first resolution. And I understand what Mike is saying about, blowing it out to 9. I don't have any opposition to that. So I think we can get that done in the new year. I just don't know why we have to join these 2 together right now.
Thank you, Mike. Rich John?
I'd like to speak to the main motion. I'm not opposed to the amendment, but I'd like to talk to the main motion. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Amanda Champion?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Mike Sigler kind of said what I wanted to say. I think I know, good job, Mike. There's no reason why we can't pass the original resolution and work on the second part later. I think folks have said it pretty well. I guess I would also say that we got this substitution 2 hours before the meeting, and I was in a meeting for an hour and a half of that time. So, getting things at the last minute is always a little bit hard. I think that we have a pretty clear picture of what the original resolution says. So that's going to be the one that I'm going to be supporting. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, y'all, we're gonna have to move this along. Let's see who else wanted to talk on this. I'm just gonna take a couple more comments. Anna Callis.
Just super quick, what I just heard is.
Leslie, I'm sorry, if I can just say, I just put into chat language that, so we know what we're looking at. I'm proposing in the chat.
There's in
Okay,
the chat
thank you, Martha.
at some point, but I just want to say, if the group who wants to make an amendment is okay with it moving to 3 legislators and adding a labor person, then I'm having an extremely difficult time understanding the obsession of combining these 2 efforts. If you are hearing that everybody is not opposed to the idea of expanding the IDA, and we know that that is going to require a very different procedure, then this is just semantics, that we pass something that is focused right now on a local initiative. We keep it simple. We then start next year in doing the second initiative. Is it fear that then that won't happen? I'm having a really hard time understanding why we're not just doing something simple, straightforward. It's what we have, and I think it muddies it. I think it's very confusing, and I won't support it.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this substitute? Was that a nod from you, Annie?
Did everybody get to read the language? I don't know if on this, you folks in the Ledge office can see it.
No, we haven't seen it.
No.
Would you read it to us, Martha?
Yeah, so resolved. So in the last resolve that you had, I just took out position. So it shall say, resolve that should a local law or other legislation be required to effect the above changes in numbers, the county attorney and county administrator are directed to prepare such legislation for approval by the legislature. And be it further resolved that seated in January 2021 shall be 3 legislators and 1 representative of organized labor, along with the other members as appointed, with the additional legislator and at-large member to be named later. Or would be appointed later. To be seated later. Okay. So is that clear?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sounds good to the mover and the seconder. So let's take this to a vote.
Can I ask that Martha send that to me electronically, please?
Did you hear that, Martha?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Cool beans.
Okay.
Thank you. So on the substitute resolution, which was substituted by Mike Lane, seconded by Dan Klein, to increase the number of seats on the IDA from 7 to 9, with language Martha suggested for the 2 to be seated at a later date, but the 7 as proposed previously to be seated come January 1st. Okay, or whatever, the first meeting of the legislature in January. Okay, everybody's clear? So if you vote yes, you're voting for the substitute resolution. Got it? Okay. Roll call vote.
Amanda Champion,
No. Sorry.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Nope.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Maury, Glenn Maury,
He's trying to unmute.
No.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
No?
we have 3 ayes, 11 noes.
That fails. Thank you all for your vote on it. back to the main motion, or the motion that came out of committee. Discussion, Rich John.
Thank you, Leslie. And I guess I'll start out by saying I support the resolution. I'm going to vote for it. And I apologize because there are a few things I'd like to say. One is this was a remarkable turnout of communication from the public. This is something that's really been hard to do with the pandemic. I feel like we have not gotten the public input that we had before the pandemic. And this was really heartening to see so many people weighing in, and obviously it touched a nerve. But I would like to just respond to some of the email that I read and other messages that suggested that in some way the IDA has been resistant to listening to the voice of labor. I sit as the chair of the IDA this year and last year, and I served on the IDA before. I've been very fortunate to do that. And in my time there, I can say I have never seen the IDA being opposed to labor in general or local labor. And in fact, the IDA solicited a labor seat 2 years ago. This is not a new idea, and the IDA was asking for this. You know, I'm happy that we're doing it now. But I would like to dispel the notion that the IDA has done anything other than work to represent the important needs of our local construction trades. And personally, I'm excited about some of the discussions I've been having with Travis Nevins and others about the apprenticeship program opportunities that the unions have. This is a really important thing in our community, and I hope we can build on it. But specifically, the IDA has taken concrete steps to address this issue of local labor. The IDA has required developers to do data gathering, and we are in the process of working on all of that data to understand what it means, so that on every approved project, they have to do monthly reports of all of their labor and where those laborers live. We've required solicitation of bids from local contractors to try to encourage the use of local labor on projects. We've formed a labor committee this year to specifically work on development of a labor policy, trying to use the data that we've been able to gather so far. And that work is ongoing. You know, in addition, the director of the IDA, or of Heather McDaniel, and I've gone along on these, we've met with project developers while the projects are going on to talk about the use of local labor, because it's an important thing. It has not been ignored. You know, with all that said, the IDA is a strange creature. You know, we're doing a lot of different things. The IDA also works to support green building practices. And frankly, I'm very proud of the work that the IDA has done. Some of the most innovative and green buildings in our community are IDA projects. And the IDA incentives offered to make sure that these green building practices are used have been a key part of that. The IDA supports affordable housing. And in fact, we recently instituted our affordable housing policy to help fund the construction of affordable housing in our community. And if you look at the projects that are on the table right now and under construction, there are affordable housing projects going up right now in our community. The IDA supports diversity and inclusion. And in fact, there are specific requirements if a developer wants IDA assistance to participate in local diversity and inclusion initiatives. And we also try very hard to build our tax base. And if you look at what's happened in our community in the last 10 years, we've seen a remarkable transformation that the IDA has helped happen. You know, we spend a lot of money, tax money, doing very good things, and having a vibrant and strong tax base is critical to that. These projects have helped make sure that's happened. And in fact, we've been able to keep our tax rate fairly low, partly because of the new value that has been built in our community. And we certainly want to support construction jobs to help build these projects, but we're also looking at supporting lots of other jobs that remain with the projects after they're built. All of those things are within the charge of the IDA. And managing these competing interests requires balance and compromise. This is not a simple pro-labor, anti-labor. It is making sure that these projects work on a lot of different levels. And in that context, these projects are at the mercy of math. They have to work financially. And we've had tremendous success so far, but it requires a continued pipeline of projects to maintain that success. And I remind everybody here that there's no jobs of any kind created from projects that don't work, that don't finance out, that don't get built. And I say that just with a little trepidation that we've had such a focus on labor, that the IDA is a mess of compromises. We have to do a lot of different things that are all important to our community. And frankly, right now, I believe we're at a very critical point in our local economy. We want to roar out of this pandemic. And these projects can help us do that. We've been pretty fortunate that during the pandemic, we haven't seen a tremendous slowdown in construction. We want that to keep going, I believe, to make sure that this is helping us drive our recovery this spring and beyond. So certainly let's give labor a seat at the table, a formal seat at the table. This is a good thing. But let's make sure we have an IDA that continues to work for the whole community, and we do that in a responsible way. Thanks for letting me talk longer than I usually do.
Thank you, Rich, but very important stuff to share. And it is good to hear about all the things that have been doing, continue to be done, and things that will be done. Appreciate it. And thank you also for acknowledging the emails that we got, the correspondence from so many members of the public representing all levels who have an interest in seeing us make this change. Sometimes the time isn't right for something. So, we might have been working on it before now and it didn't pan out. The time wasn't right, but the time is right now. So, can we take this to a vote? I see Henry and I see Martha. And please, can we just take it to a vote? Henry.
Yes, I will be quick. I will support this resolution. I also think that that Rich talked about the diversity of the IDA and all voices coming together. The statute says as follows: such members may include representatives of local government, school boards, organized labor, and business. For the history of the IDA, we haven't had labor, we haven't had school boards people appointed to the IDA. So half of the people not stated in the statute have not been on the IDA. And so I don't think it's been very diverse. And I, in fact, don't think this resolution goes far enough. I think it ought to include a school board seat, and that the legislators should be taken down to 2. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Henry. Martha, you get the last word.
Thank you. And we have had a school board member, Jeff Furman, served for a long time while he was on the Ithaca School Board. A couple quick other things. Just want to clear up for the public. And we heard a lot of people. I'm so glad the public's interested. Y'all should come to some meetings. Projects come to the IDA. We don't go and find them, they come to us. So whatever comes in over the transom is the stuff that the IDA. Some people have complained that, we haven't provided, we haven't done job creation. Well, everything that gets built, like if it's a housing project, there maybe only be a couple of long-term jobs based on say maintaining a housing project. However, I've had construction workers say to me, all our jobs are temporary jobs. So, we build this project for a year and a half and then we move to the next project. So construction is real job creation, as Dave and Todd, I'm sure, would agree. And I just want to mention that the housing policy that we did pass this year at the last IDA meeting, we approved 2 projects that will be sending $1.1 million to the Community Housing Development Fund over the next 3 years. That's real money. And it's because of one of the policies that the IDA put into place. So I'm going to support this. I'm happy to support this. Henry, what you pointed out about a school board member in addition is another reason that I hope this board will take up expansion of the IDA as soon as possible. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Martha. All right, let's take this to a vote. Roll call vote.
Amanda
On
Champion.
resolution M.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Henry Granison.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Anna Kellis.
Absolutely.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Dave McKenna.
Yes.
Glenn Morey.
Yes.
Martha Robertson.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you all. That carries unanimously. I do want to take a moment just to say I want to make sure people understand it's not that this legislature has been against, anything like this. And I'm very thankful. Like I said, the time was just right. And I'm thankful to all the folks who, I'd say all of us who worked on this, weighing in with their thoughts and our concerns. And thank you to the public for their comments as well. Thank you very much, Dave and Todd, for sticking around for the meeting. You're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to, go have your dinner. Thank you very, very much.
Chair, may I have the floor for just half a second?
Who was that?
Dave Myers.
David.
Oh, hi. Yes, Dave, sure.
Can I just wish all of you happy holidays and thank you. And we will, whoever it is that you ultimately appoint from labor, we will, if it's not me, I'll make sure they are conscious of all the concerns the IDA have, because there are many and we know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Dave.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
All right.
Leslin?
Take care. Who said Leslin?
Martha.
Hi.
Nick Helmholtz is waiting for something on the consent agenda, I think.
Who?
Nick Helmholtz.
Oh, Nick, what are you waiting for?
STPB.
It's E.
Two things from STPB.
With the thing with the advisory boards,
They're both on the consent agenda right now.
But I think they're getting pulled.
Yeah, they're
I
putting.
think they're getting.
All right, why don't I just take the consent agenda and we'll push back our break. Thank you. Thanks, Martha. So consent agenda are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. So let's go to advisory board appointments. Let's see here. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Robert Brown, Committee Member Representative. Government Operations Committee, Board of Assessment Review, Edith Spalding. Public Information Advisory Board, Patricia Poyce. And Ethics Advisory Board, Brian Eden. Library Board of Trustees, Don Trotter, Martha Hardesty, Thompson Terry, and Anthony Martinez. Under Housing and Economic Development Committee, Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Kelly Cartmel, Lodging Representative, and Joshua Friedman, Arts and Culture Representative.
I'd like to take those two off.
And I would like to take those two off. All righty then, they are off. Downtown Ithaca Alliance, Rich John, Class C, Director, Delegate from Tompkins County Legislature. Public Safety Committee, Criminal Justice Advisory Alternatives Incarceration Board, Judith Griffin, at-large representative. Advisory Board on Indigent Representation, Jason Leifer and John A. Fitzgerald. And those are all the advisory board appointments. And to the resolutions. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Resolution A, budget adjustment to set up of new functional unit in general fund for transfer to DM Fund, ID 9789. Resolution B, authorization to contract with Insero and Company, CPAs, for the provision of financial auditing services, ID 9788. Resolution C, changes
Off.
in positions. Somebody say off.
Yeah, Martha.
Okay. All right, C is pulled. Housing and Economic Development Committee. Resolution D, appointments to the Industrial Development Agency and Tompkins County Development Corporation Board of Directors, ID 9785. Resolution E, approval of bylaws of the Strategic
Pull.
Tourism Planning Pull.
Yes.
Said that, Dan, okay. Government Operations Committee. Resolution F, returned village taxes. Resolution G, ID 9620. Resolution G, returned school taxes, ID 9673. Resolution H, adoption of apportionment of taxes for 2021, 9674. And Resolution I, budget adjustments, County Clerk, DMV, 2020 year-end adjustments, ID 9764, with C and E pulled and 2 pulled from the advisory board. May I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Deb Dawson, seconded by Amanda Champion. All in favor of the consent agenda.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury, Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Donna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. Now let's go to standing committees, and I am going to go back to HED, Resolution E, which was pulled from the consent agenda. Anna Kellis, Chair.
Resolution E, approval of bylaws of the Strategic Tourism Planning Board. That's ID 9739. I'll note that, Leslin.
Moved by Anna. May I have a second, please? Seconded by Martha Robertson. Discussion.
I just want to note there was one change made in committee. Martha brought up that the number of people to vote to approve something really should be the majority of the board, and so that number was changed. There were no other major changes made. Nick, did you want to talk briefly about some of the updates?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the proposed change was to increase the increase the term limits from 2 consecutive terms from 2 to 3 consecutive terms. Terms are set at 3 years apiece. The rationale and the motivation really for this change was driven by the COVID and our restricted ability here to recruit and orient new members at this time. But also in reflecting on that, the board found that there really was a desire to have more experienced members be able to serve a longer term, but still retain term limits so that there is a continuity of bringing new members into STPB. So this was a way to achieve both of those goals in the bylaws change that was proposed by STPB. And then there were some other housekeeping changes as proposed by the clerk as well. So I don't think we need to get into those details at this point.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Further discussion, Dan Klein.
Thank you. Yeah, I just oppose lengthening the term that someone can be on there. 6 years is a really long time to be on a board and the committee. I think it's good to get fresh blood. And there's also a provision in those bylaws already that someone can go off for, I think, 1 year and then get back on again. And while I was on that board, I did see quite a bit of recycling of members. So that's all. I just think that 6 years is plenty.
All right. Other discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
No.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
That carries. Thank you. So let's go to the appointments, Anna, advisory board appointments that were pulled.
Of course, I have 50 million papers here, but there were 2 appointments. Emily
And Joshua Friedman.
Cardinal, and the other one,
Joshua Friedman.
thank you, Joshua Friedman for ACOG seat. And I'd like to move those. I just want to note the reason that I pulled them is because they will be entering into their 3rd term.
Okay. Thank you for noting that. May I have a second? Deb Dawson, thank you. Discussion? None? Vote?
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Ann Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 no.
That carries unanimously. Thank you for that. What time is it?
It is.
8:22.
Okay. Can we take 6 minutes to finish one more thing and then we'll take a break at 8:30? Thank you all very much. Anna, why don't we finish with your committee?
That would be great. So I think I have K, appropriation from contingent fund. This is terminal pay, Office of Employment and Training, 2 positions. And this has passed through budget, I understand. So this is ID 9722. So it has passed through 2 committees.
All right, seconded by Martha Robertson. Vote. Any discussion? I'm sorry. All right, let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
I think that carries unanimously. Go ahead, Anna.
One last one. I have resolution L, correcting for omitted 2019 transfers from the general fund A to the community development CD fund. And this also passed through budget, capital and personnel committee, ID 9777.
Second? Seconded by Ann Corman.
And I would just ask that if Jason is here, he could just give a 1 minute. He's probably the one who could give the most streamlined description of this, just so that the public understands this.
Jason or Rick, what did we omit?
You did not omit anything. It was an error. It's an error on our part. This money is usually transferred at some point during the fiscal year, and it was forgotten last year. So it accidentally rolled into general fund balance, and this is properly putting it into the Workforce Development Board fund, which is technically an enterprise fund. So it happens usually every year, and we accidentally forgot to do it last year. So it's a correction.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Jason. Phil?
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Ian Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you, that carries. 4 minutes, Anna. Any other reports from your committee?
No, just that this was the last one of the year. The committee will have 4 members moving forward. And there are still many things to pick up, but I think we have closed out most of our business. The green workforce report, I want to reiterate that it is in draft form. She has been seeking, Ellie has been seeking tremendous input, still seeking input, will be creating her final draft that will go back to the case board. And then we'll come back to HED. Unfortunately, I won't be there, but I'm looking forward to hearing where it goes. I certainly will continue to follow it. And I think that's the only main point of business that has been left hanging at the end of the year.
All right, thank you, Anna, and thank you for your leadership of HED throughout this year. You sure know how to end things with a bang. Bringing an idea change resolution.
It was a
All right,
robust debate. Thank you, everyone. Just as I like it.
Why don't we go ahead and just take a break? It's 8:27. Could we be back here by 8:40? Thank you very much. We will return.
Can I talk to Kathy? Is she still there? Can Kathy hear me? Covert? Kathy Covert? No.
Yes, Martha, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had to.
Awesome. Okay, great.
Some recordings. She said everybody did.
All right, I was just reminding you.
But thank you.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was on a state call this afternoon where they were voting on some stuff, and they did basically like short form roll call where they said, is there any objection? Here are the minutes. Are there any no votes? And, it took a second instead of going through each person. Could we like to call the first 2 people and then say, are there any no's, instead of having to unmute everybody in turn?
I would want to check with Jonathan. We're doing this at his suggestion, doing the full roll calls. We want to, check in with him and see what his thoughts are.
Okay, all right. It would just save time.
It would save time, but I think it, also very transparent by calling the roll and everyone responding, but.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, if you would check it with him, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Not too bad, really.
Thank you for accepting my substitute.
You're welcome. You know, what I thought it was, and what I maybe, well, I was wondering, what I thought you were going to do was everything that was in there, they say, and resolved that we asked the state to expand.
The speaker is on in the legislature.
Dan, your speaker's on.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, Dan, sorry, Dan.
Dan could hear you through the door.
I was being so profound in my speech, Deborah. I didn't realize that we were still muted. I was saying, let me see you so I know you're back. I see Deborah, I see Martha, I see Amanda, Dan, Mike Lane, Shauna, myself, Rich, Glenn. We have a quorum to resume our meeting. Thank you very much. Annie. All right, let's move on to Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Deb Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peak will be meeting on December 23rd, a Wednesday at 10:30. We decided not to meet on the 28th because holidays. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I am so ready to be done with this year. The only thing I know for sure that will be on the agenda is Barbara Ekstrom will be presenting the environmentally preferred procurement policy. And I do have a piece of good news. It doesn't have anything to do with peak, but you remember that there was a problem with the zoning designation for the rehab center in the village of Lansing. It had initially been designated as a hospital by the code enforcement officer, which caused all sorts of problems and put the future of the project in question. The BZA met tonight. Ronnie attended so that he could give us the news. And all of our communications to the BZA apparently had some impact. The BZA overruled the code enforcement officer's classification of use and categorized special care facility. So, and it's nothing against the code enforcement officer. I want to make it clear to anyone who's listening, the village really has to re-examine and redo its zoning code because it's kind of old and out of date. But I thought you would all appreciate learning that there will no longer be any zoning impediment to that facility going forward. They will just have to get a special permit granted.
Thank you so very much, Deborah, and thank you, Ronnie, for attending and letting us know. We appreciate it. Thank you. Shauna did remind me that we did not get to our county attorney and finance director reports. So I do want to circle back and see if Jonathan, county attorney, do you have any report for us?
I knew you forgot me and I wasn't gonna go.
You weren't gonna go me,
I don't have a report, but I've known that this would be Anna's last meeting for a long time. Should think of something intelligent to say, but you said it so much in your proclamation. But you know, Anna's been a great legislator and also a good friend. And I'll miss her, but I hope I won't miss her because I hope we'll still keep in contact.
Absolutely. Friday happy hour.
But good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Rick Schneider, finance director.
I too wanted to give my regards to Anna Callis and hope that she does exceedingly well in this endeavor. Congratulations, Anna.
Yeah, you will be. You'll be hearing from me as one of my finance mentors.
All right, we'll stand by for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
We had tried to get sales tax numbers together for November for you tonight. We did not succeed in doing that. We'll have to bring that to you at the next meeting. I can tell you by just a glimpse of the total number without breaking it down into the distribution that we were about $670,000 less than last November. So that's not a good sign. That's about 14% down for the month of November. But I'll have the whole report available for your next meeting. And that's all I have for tonight. Nothing further, unless you have questions.
All right, thank you, Rick. Anybody has questions, for Rick? No, thank you, and thanks for your patience and holding on.
Welcome.
All right, now let's go back to our committees. Where are we? Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Ann Coleman had her hand up.
Ann had her hand up?
Yep.
See, y'all gotta yell out because I'm not looking up there. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, to thank Drew, actually, from finance, and I don't know who else. I heard maybe Lisa was working this weekend, so I stopped by to get something at the legislature over the weekend and ran into Drew. And so I wanted to thank him and whoever else was working over the weekend to try and get the payroll straightened out. And I know that county employees, again, I guess I'm just full of gratitude today. So, or I'm full of something, but anyway, so I really just am full of gratitude today. And thank you, because I know this happens from administration, managers, and all kinds of staff up and down, the line in our county, and people just do it all the time to make sure everything runs smoothly. So thanks to them and everybody who always does that.
We appreciate them very much. And Drew is here tonight, but he just stepped away for a second. He's meeting with somebody out there, and I'll let him know that you gave your thanks to him and Lisa and all those others that are still working on fixing some of our payroll problems between now and year end.
Thank you.
Drew is a gem, Rick. Thank you. He was a good hire.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Annie, for mentioning that. Henry?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Rick and Jason, how did the being down 14%, how did that compare to your model?
I don't know yet. I haven't had the numbers. So when I get them, Rick, I'll plug them in, but not.
It's a percentage is higher than the last 2 or 3 months. I think
right.
The is closer to what we had in July. But once we do the distribution, and I can give exact numbers to Jason, that percentage might change because, as you're all familiar with, the breakdown between municipalities, the city of Ithaca, and the county can change drastically month to month. So we'll give you a full report, compare it to where we projected. We can probably do that in the next few days by email.
Sure. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
All right, I'm looking at the screen. Okay, no one else. Martha Robertson, Chair of Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee.
Thank you, Leslie. We met, was this just yesterday? Yeah, we just met yesterday. It's January 11th, and we will be delighted that that's the first day for our new Human Resources Commissioner. So Ruby Pulliam will be joining us at that meeting, 3 o'clock. Assuming that, as usual, our committees roll over for the month of January. I have a couple of things. I have a few resolutions. I did want to mention that we had a good discussion at the committee about, Jason took all the department heads through, and Jason, you can explain this better than I can, through kind of trying to look ahead to what the rest of their expenses for 2020 were going to be. It's a review that they don't usually do in November and December, but really trying to get some calculation of how far down we are going to be compared to where we would have expected. And Jason, if I remember correctly, the number was basically a $3 million hit to the general fund. Is that right? At the end of the year?
Yes, I mean, we projected a $3 million deficit. I preface it with, this is the first time we've gone through this exercise in the organization, so we don't have a structure to do it. So I asked for a gracious leniency number there, that it could be a few $100,000 up or down, or $1 million up or down, depending on what happens with the state. The sales tax numbers that Rick just said, if we are 14% down in November and we're again something equal to that in December, that'll swing it a few $100,000 in the opposite direction. So it's a rough number, but you know, it gives you kind of a ballpark.
Right, we decided that $1 million here or there, pretty soon you're talking about real money. So, but that really, it could have been a lot worse, except for a lot of the measures that we took during the middle of the year, the furloughs and early retirement and changes to retiree health care in particular. So we really appreciate all the really hard work that the staff has done all year long, but especially the department heads doing extra work on that at the end of the year. I do have a couple of resolutions. The first one I will go to is Resolution C. I pulled it off of consent because there were a couple of positions that had been inadvertently left off the list. Everybody was emailed, I think it was this morning, the revised measure, which just added 2 positions in ITS. Those are the positions for the GIS service that we moved into ITS. So that is, the title is Changes in Positions, Various Departments, Resolution 9792. I would move that.
All right, may I have a second? Seconded by Dave McKenna. Thank you, Martha, for the explanation. Vote on Resolution C.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you. And one that did stay on the consent agenda, Resolution B, authorizing the contract with Insero and Company CPAs for auditing services. We did kind of a double take at the committee that there was one word that was wrong, but made a big difference. In your packet page 7, it says that this new contract includes very reasonable rate increases of $95,000 for next year, or this year, $96,000, et cetera. That should be reasonable rate increases to $95,000, $96,000. So rather a big difference. Kathy, in her ultimate wisdom, said that didn't need to be pulled, but I should just explain it. That we're not more than doubling those costs. It's just a relatively small increase. So, the other resolution I have is Resolution J, document 9787, authorizing the replenishing of the contingent fund from general fund reserves. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Anna Kellis seconds.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yeah, you got, the list was emailed, I guess yesterday from, I think it was yesterday, from Rick, identifying all the expenses from the beginning of the year that we've taken out of the contingent fund, adding up to the number that we have in this resolution.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries.
Thank
Anything
you.
else, Martha?
Yeah, just that on January 11th, our next meeting, we will be talking, Lisa Holmes is going to prepare a report, diversity of our workforce. I know she's doing that for WDAC for the month of January, so we'll be talking about it at BCP as well. So So that's all I've got.
All right. Dan, I saw your hand pop up. You have a question for budget?
I do. I wanted to ask about something that Jason said there that I want to make sure I understood. That you're at this moment, you're estimating approximately $3 million hole for 2020. I understand, give or take quite a bit. Is that the whole hole, or is that just one piece of it that you're looking at?
That's just the general fund. We didn't get to the other funds. So I would anticipate a deficit in the airport fund, but I haven't done all the details to it. Solid waste will probably be close to break even. And then the highway machinery and highway will probably be fine. And then the community development or the workforce development will be okay. So this is just the general fund. But again, Kevin did a great job. We tried to do the best we could to kind of, get the department heads to project forward. It's the first time they've gone through that exercise. It's not the same structures you have when you put a budget together. So, we think we captured everything, but, a thing like what Rick just said, if sales tax is off by that much in November, our projections were that it was going to improve for the last 3 months of the year. And if in fact it's a 14% decline compared to 19, and then again, say for December, that's a few $100,000 swing for us. So things like that. The other challenge with it, not to get too much into it, is that we don't know what's going to happen with state aid. So we projected a reduction in state aid for 20%, but I'm starting to get trickles in that it might be a little bit more in this area, depending on the department. So that's another tough thing to estimate, but that's where we're at right now. We'll see how it pans out. I think we were around a 5.5 a little while ago based on just some real broad estimates. So this helps narrow it down a little bit, but that's the best guess right now.
When you just said 5.5 million was you saying? Yeah, because that's what I want to ask you. So this is the same number that a little while ago the estimate was $5 to $12 million.
Right. Well, it was 12 million earlier in the year, right? In the worst case scenario. So we'll see where it goes. And this has given us a lot of opportunity to set up some structures to be able to look forward a little bit better in the future.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Good question. Henry?
Dave had his hand up first.
Okay, my question
I see
is.
Dave's hand up. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, thanks. Guess it's either for Jason or Rick. When will we find out the sales tax from online sales for the end of the year?
Online?
Yeah.
So generally, Rick, and you probably know this better, but generally the data is about 3 months behind, or it's a quarter or two behind when they give you the sectors. So for example, the last time we had sector data was for, I think, April, May, and June timeframe, and that was just last month. So to get December's, we may have to wait till March or April timeframe. Is that usually when Tax and Finance releases it, Rick? It's usually behind.
That's correct.
So, yeah, that may fill your sales tax hole.
Well, that's just the sector breakup. What Rick gets is the encompass, is the entire amount. What you're asking for is the actual breakup in sectors. That shouldn't matter. He's getting the gross amount now, or the net, I should say. So that won't change anything. What you're asking for, Dave, would just show how it's broken up in different sectors, but it wouldn't add or subtract any.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Dave. Okay, Henry.
Thanks. Jason, you mentioned that you heard sources saying that it might be more than 20%. What have you heard about the governor's intentions?
I've heard trickles from different departments. So in some departments, they've already been over 20% in certain revenue, certain aid lines, and then some. I just heard today, one of the funding sources may be more, depending on, from the workforce development perspective. We're hearing trickles in from different sources, nothing from the state per se, but like mental health had some changes early on that they had a little bit more than 20%, depending on the aid source. So I don't have anything concrete to go on. Like, I haven't gotten any directive from NISAC, which is where I would probably say if I get something from NISAC, then it's probably going to happen. It's really been trickling in from certain agencies, or they've heard this.
Have they paid has the state reimbursed us for Code Blue yet?
I don't know the answer to that question. If it's just for this fall, then I don't know how much has been submitted, because we've only started to have some cold nights. I mean, we've had cold nights for probably, in and out for a month or so, but I wouldn't know. I'd have to check with Kit and Tom Hurd.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Martha.
Yeah, Dan, thanks for that question. It's a really good, oh, right. We were talking about up to 12 million and now it's 3. So that's shockingly good, I think. But I think if we do have to track this, if the, wait, am I going to sneeze? Sorry. If the economy doesn't really come back, if we spend the next half a year or more with still sluggish revenue, sluggish sales tax, and loss of state aid, we have kind of done the low-hanging fruit. We can't redo the health insurance plans again to save a lot of money. So it's cautiously good news, but remembering that we still have a long way to go. But thanks, Dan, for the perspective. That's good point.
We got a stimulus bill, Martha.
All righty. Let's move on. Keep in mind that it's not the whole is just part of the whole. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After that clarification, it's all crystal clear to me now. Okay, so we had our last meeting on December 2nd. And in that meeting, Dr. Clark talked about the workforce reading and discussion program. That's going to be up and running again. So that's the first book is going to be How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kendi. It's a very good book. So I encourage everybody to take a look at that. And he also talked about the recent forum on racial equity that the Office of Human Rights held. And I've been noticing that they're having more and more people tune into that. So if people can keep sharing those forums, and even if they've already taken place, it's the great thing about having to record everything or having it be on Zoom is now there's recording, so you can go and watch them afterwards. Our Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, Deanna Crithers, talked about an update on the reimagining public safety, also on Team Jedi. She also helped us lead a little discussion on the Facing Race Conference. And we talked about the Diversity Consortium, which we now have several members of Tompkins County, including myself, and I believe Henry will be joining that as far as attending it on a regular basis. And next month, we're meeting on Wednesday, January 27th at 3:30. And we don't have the full agenda yet. We'll have more of that hopefully at the next meeting in January. But one of the things that we're going to do, as Martha said, Lisa is going to talk about some of the demographics for our workforce. And another thing that I wanted to talk about was the history of WDIC, so that we can kind of capture that a little bit and help pass that on to the next generation of people as we get more and more, as the composition of WDIC changes over time. I think it's important to record the history and to talk about that. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions for Ann? All right. Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslin. We met on December 2nd, and our next meeting is January 6th. So given that time frame, I know that we're really going to have to be focusing on the state budget, what happens at the state. That might be too early for that might be around the time of the State of the State speech, but probably not the budget. The budget usually comes after. At the December meeting, we met with Jared Jones, who is the Sarah Clark was the district deputy state director for Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. She got elected to the assembly as well. So Jared Jones is our new representative, and we had a chance to meet with him. We had our very similar kind of conversations that we have been having with Allison Hunt from Tom Reed's office and Charlie Krasansky and Zoe Nelson from Cornell. And we had a chance to lobby our new assemblywoman. Anna gave us her top priorities, and we discussed them quite a bit about what we are hoping for from the next assembly session. We also really talked about, we looked at the NISAC report, that NISAC's budget recommendations. We looked at that a bit, and I think we're going to, I will hope to try to do something sort of targeted and really say, okay, if we're going to develop, who exactly do we want to lobby in, what are our top concerns? I'm talking about now about January, what are our top concerns from the state? Which committees do we want to lobby? How do we put together kind of a lobbying agenda and try to work through that process in January and into February? So if you want to know about the federal bill, the federal relief bill, you better just go online because, if you looked at it 5 minutes ago, it's something new now. Though the last time I looked, it looked like they were making some progress. Mitch McConnell was finally talking to Nancy Pelosi. That's probably good. So just one other thing. You all know that they've now, the Problem Solvers Caucus and the bipartisan group of Senate members has kind of broken up the $908 billion bill into two pieces, splitting off state and local aid and liability issue as the thing people don't want to deal with now. NISAC sent around a message last night that they are supporting that construction. They would really like the first bill of 700 and whatever billion to be passed. And they're lobbying our representatives. And I kind of sent the note around to all of you. What do you all think? And I got kind of one, no, we need to really push for the whole 908 billion because it's already way down from what we really need. And one person asking more about the liability. So I would urge you, if you have an opinion to share with Stephen Aquario with NISAC, I'll share with him my own feeling about it, make it clear it's just me. So unless you really wanted to have any sort of long discussion and a real sense of the body, I think it's probably something we'll all come to our own opinions about. So that's a quick overview, a lot going on, but that's what's going on right now.
All right, thank you, Martha.
Thanks.
Any questions, Samara? No? All right. Downtown Facilities Committee, Dave McKenna, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Downtown Facilities did not meet in December. We will be meeting January 14th at 4 p.m. via Zoom.
All right. Thank you. Rich John?
Sorry, Leslin, I wasn't fast enough. I did have a comment for Martha.
Okay.
Thank you. I was the one who asked about the liability protections. My concern is that it's fine to have protections for companies and businesses that were taking reasonable precautions for their employees, but you don't want a blanket liability protection that just absolves companies from any responsibility. And it sounds like what's being debated is nuanced approach where you protect companies that are behaving responsibly, which I think is fair. But Martha, I meant to say I would certainly support proceeding as two bills if that's what it takes to get it done. I think we're in desperate straits. We need Congress to do something. So I'm sorry I wasn't clear when we spoke.
No, yes, indeed. I hear you. Martha and then Deb. Am I looking at this right? I can't see anymore.
Go to Deborah first. She had her hand up first.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Rich's point. I had the same concern, Rich. But what I gathered from the phone call was that there would be an exception to the liability protection if somebody was acting recklessly. But what they really seemed to be trying to do is eliminate the possibility of suing in negligence on the theory that the standard of care was unclear and confusing. So.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, I thought I sort of knew how I felt after listening to Allison Hunt talk about it. And then I heard that NPR story that I shared with you guys. That made me feel like, oh, maybe it's not as good a protection as we'd want. So there's a lot out there that, and I think it probably is going to boil down to really the text language. It's one of those things. And I'm sure that's what the negotiations are about. So I encourage anybody to really dig into that as much as they want. And Leslie, if you want to, do we want to do a straw poll on whether we want to push one bill or two, or just let people go ahead with their own, if they feel like writing to Steve?
I would vote for the latter. Seeing the side-by-side head nods across the screen and in chambers, I would say, we want to encourage people to push, and let's just do that.
Okay.
And thank you for sharing the information with us as well.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. The Public Safety Committee met earlier today. We had moved our meeting because of a conflict from Thursday this week to this afternoon. I have one resolution I'd like to make sure I put on the floor so I don't forget. This is Resolution N, Appropriation from Contingent Fund, Replacement Pay, Department of Emergency Response, ID 9718, and I would move it.
I have a second by Glenn Morey. Discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Dan Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Morey,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, that carries. Thank you. Rich, anything else?
Yes, just a couple things I'd mentioned from our meeting today. The jail population is at 35, which again is historically low. It would be lower still, but I believe we have 5 to 6 people on parole violations sitting in our jail. And the state is not taking state-ready people, holding them up. We have very few. So it's, I think, maybe even just one. So it's not an issue for us, but for some of the counties surrounding, I think the sheriff mentioned, say, Broome County has about 50 state-ready inmates that they need to hold. And the state is not indicating when they're going to take these people. So there's some real push and pull in the system. But I've said this before, that parole has not really changed their practices during the pandemic much at all, it seems. And they continue to violate parolees and put them in our local jail. This just doesn't seem to be the right time to be doing that. And I'd note tomorrow there is a meeting of a group pushing for some legislation in Albany, the Less is More Act. And I'm going to try to attend that call to see where that's standing, because it just seems like this is something that's really lagging in our state, is comprehensive parole reform. But other than that, we had a good discussion about the police reform process. There have been a lot of community forums and opportunities for members of the public to speak. And that information is being basically broken down into data at this point for use by the different working groups. The other major thing we talked about at our meeting today was just how the different departments are preparing for what looks like is coming in terms of shutdown. And I think we're going to be in much better shape than we were in the spring. Certainly it's not a surprise. Probation has just ordered laptops for all their employees to try to make them more flexible where they can work. The court system, we had some conversation about when they might get vaccinated, but that's mainly one of the areas where there's a big impact, and that you just can't, they haven't figured out a way to hold a jury trial in the pandemic. You have to bring so many different people into a confined space to have a trial that the more serious crimes in our county are basically sitting on hold. And we haven't figured out a way to process those cases. And I'm not sure we're going to. But that's one major concern we talked about today. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions, if any.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich?
You don't have to have any.
I think we've been sufficiently warned. No questions. Thank you very much, Rich. Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
We have not met since our last meeting. Our next meeting will be this coming up Monday at 1 p.m. And we will be joined by Roy Murdoch from St. John's Shelter. And he will be talking about COVID-19 and how we are accommodating people that need their services. And then just to let everyone know, our January meeting has actually been rescheduled for January 12th at 9 a.m. Or I'm sorry, at 10 a.m.
Okay. Any questions for Shauna? Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Our next meeting will be the day after tomorrow, Thursday, the 17th at 9 a.m. We have one resolution tonight. Learned one thing in ITCTC today that about the Ludlowville Bridge, and that is it's almost completed. They're waiting for some curing on the concrete surfacing, and there will be some cleanup, restoration, final punch list stuff in the spring. But that should get open pretty quick. The large Route 34B State Bridge apparently is now closed. Glad to take questions. Have resolution on.
Any questions to Mike? Go ahead, Mike.
Resolution of the Tompkins County Legislature as the elected legislative body of Tompkins County, New York, in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, approving the issuance of the County of Tompkins, New York, by the County of Tompkins, New York, of its Airport Bond Anticipation Notes 2021 Series A, subject to the alternative minimum tax in an aggregate principal amount of up to $13 million. That's ID 9611, and I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Dave McKenna.
I just mentioned that this is something we've done before. These bonding resolutions, but we have to have this particular kind of action in order to make it tax appealing to the people who will buy these notes.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions or discussion on the resolution? Okay, let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Ray Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Edith Kellis,
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
that carries.
Madam Chair, if I could ask a question. Normally, when we change years and the committees are restructured, we start them in February. We have the last few years anyway. Would you recommend that we plan to have our regular committees in January?
Yes, I will recommend that. I actually was going to send an email to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
Committees will, in January, will continue as they currently are. Well, thank you.
That's all.
Anything else? All right. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. Save the best for last. We met on December 3rd and basically just went through all the numerous resolutions that are on our agenda in the consent agenda earlier. I'm a little tired, so try to get through this. Not too much to report from the meeting, but I do have several resolutions that I'm sure we would like to talk about. And our next meeting will be January 7th at 1:45. So our first one is Resolution P, appropriation from contingent fund terminal pay, Tompkins County Clerk's Office, Central Services, and Department of Motor Vehicles. And this also went through Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, ID 9748, and I would move that.
May I have a second, please? Henry Grandison seconds. Any discussion on the resolution? All right, let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Edith Kellis,
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. Passes.
All right, we've got Resolution Q, resolution setting salaries of the members of the Tompkins County Legislature to be elected for the term commencing January 1, 2022, and that's ID 9703. I move that.
Seconded by Mike Lane. Discussion. Mike Lane.
I'd like to thank the government operations for looking at this and getting it done by the end of the year. We've always tried to have the legislative salary set for the next term before the time to begin petitioning arises. And in 2021, that petitioning time comes at the end of February, as I understand it. So we don't have very much time here. I would point out too that in this recommendation, there's no increase for the first 2 years. And that will mean that when the first increase comes after the third year, in the third year, it'll be 6 years that the county legislature will have stayed at the same salary level before that.
Thank you, Mike. Amanda, I'm sorry. I think I might have cut you off. You were going to say some more.
Nope, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Dan Klein.
Thank you. I wrote up a short thing. I'd like to read it. because I'm acknowledging that we set our own salary, which is a unique situation, right? At one time, the legislature had decided that its salary should be tied to the unemployment rate, but apparently that idea was never followed through on. In 1996, it was decided that a legislator's salary should be sufficient if it provided a decent wage, if coupled with another half-time job. That language also never got, it never appeared again after 1996, as far as I can tell. In 2016, we looked at a number of factors on which to base the salary, including the average salary increase of our own employees, cost of living increases over the last 4 years as determined by the federal government, the rate of inflation, the salaries of legislators in other counties, and the locally determined living wage rate. Tonight, we will be setting the salary for the next legislature. And as Mike pointed out, by the time they take office, there will have been no raise in 4 years. And if we pass this, it'll be 6 years without a raise. In preparing for my reelection campaign, I've been going through all my old legislative papers for the last 7 years that I've filed away. And I found this, which I have to admit that I had forgotten the details about. When we last debated salaries in December 2016, 4 years ago, we debated the resolution for 1 hour and 15 minutes. The motion to set our salaries at our current levels, $21,400 per year, did pass, but it passed only on a vote of 8 to 6. It barely passed. In the Ithaca Times editorial the following week, they did a nice job of presenting both sides of the argument, but they did come out against the increase. However, the editorial offered this assessment of the job of Tompkins County legislator, and I will leave you with this quote from that editorial. Quote, "It's a difficult job. It's oftentimes thankless. And if anyone has bothered to regularly attend any function of county government, they would know the main qualification for the role is to stay alert and attentive to mundane details under excruciatingly dull circumstances."
It's surely gotten more interesting now that we're all on the legislature, right?
And that was before
I'm sorry,
Zoom.
Dan, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that?
Oh, boy. All right, Anna Kellis.
Dan, I want to thank you for that historical perspective. You can recall well, I think, my point of view in the last discussion on this. I would add to it that there was a huge outcry from the public, and there were about 40 people who showed up in the legislature. And I think it was probably quite unprecedented. I wish everyone here could have seen it. People who were vociferously urging us to increase our wage so that it was a living wage. I remember one woman coming with her 2 children and ending up in tears because she so much wanted the legislature to truly represent the people. And she felt that that would not be possible if the wage for this job was not a living wage. Part of the discussion that we had at the time was that there are no hours set for this position, but the average amount of time that we all work is I think many people could say close to a full-time job, if not past a full-time job, although it is not a requirement. So, not even remotely reaching a living wage, but that was the impetus for the increase that we saw. So I just want to go back to what something Mike said, that this will have kept the salaries of the legislature flat for 6 years. It will be that much further from a living wage. And what that means is, yes, it is part-time. Yes, the intention is that someone could have a second job. But if someone is low income, even if half of their job is only earning $6 an hour, they can't take this job. So, it does exclude low income people from being able to sit on the legislature. And I do want to just acknowledge that we are excluding a large part of the population. This is not affecting me. I will support the majority vote. But I have always been in favor of creating a salary that is a living wage. So I would always push for something that continuously increases at least COLA 2% per year. But again, you know, you worked really hard. Amanda's worked really hard on this. I know you all have. So I will support the majority, but I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Anna. Any other comments? Amanda Champion.
Yeah, I just thanks Anna for that. I think I would have pushed for an increase for us or for the next legislature for next year and every year going forward. But there's so many people right now who aren't getting any raise and in fact losing their jobs. So I think that while I absolutely agree that this should, you know, be a position where anybody can take it and earn enough to live on, that's just, it feels a little bit not quite right to try to do that for ourselves. And as Dan said, it's weird that we set our own wages, you know, that's sort of kind of a very unique situation. So anyway, that's all I'll say about that.
All right, let's vote on this.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John, Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yeah.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
that carries. Go ahead, Amanda.
All right, the one we've all been waiting for, resolution number R, amending the rules of the legislature, rules 1, 2, and 4, ID 9742. And I would move them.
May I have a second, please? Second by Rich John. Discussion.
Yeah, I guess I would just go, I just wanted to point out a couple of things, and then I know there's going to be a couple of amendments made. So if I could just, I just wanted to walk through and point out things if people didn't read all the emails or weren't at the GO meeting. So we're going on packet page 37, we're going back to Rule 1, which we changed several months ago. And the reason we're going back is because Jonathan, our county attorney, suggested that we add in some language saying what will happen if there's a vacancy in the office of vice chair. We talked a lot about what to do if there's a vacancy in the office of the chair. So we added in a sentence. I think that we're going to have an amendment to that. Maybe, Dan, but
Yes, I just have to find it.
okay, all right, well, we'll come back. So that's one change. On packet page 38, we're also going back to rule number 2. We wanted to take out a little blurb on, I think it's about line 32. There was a phrase about referring to a supermajority, and also in talking with Jonathan Wood, there's no real need to talk about a supermajority or define it. It doesn't come up anywhere else in the rules of the legislature. It's sort of understood what that means. So we wanted to take that phrase out. On packet page 39, under number 2, roll call of members. This is something that the committee talked about that I just want to point out. It's not a change, but it's something that we all should know about that we don't necessarily do. Line 22 notes that if you're going to leave a legislature meeting permanently, you need to notify the chair publicly. You can't just log off or walk out of the room. You need to at least notify the chair, or the chair can say, Shauna's leaving this evening, blah, blah, blah. Like it needs to be a public statement so that the public knows why you suddenly disappeared. So just pointing that out because that's not necessarily always the practice.
I'm sorry, Amanda, where's that?
Page 39.
Oh, 39.
Under number 2, roll call of members. And again, that's not something we changed. I'm just pointing it out that it's in there and we did discuss that.
Thank you.
2 last things, packet page 41. We talked at length about moving privilege of the floor for legislators to the end of the meeting. And I'm sure we'll have some more discussion about this. The reasoning was to try, we have long meetings like tonight, and the chair often reorganizes the agenda, moves things around, as happened very much tonight. And in an effort to not make staff sit through long speeches from legislators, try to, cut things down a bit, we moved this to the end with at least the hope of having a conversation about it. I know there's going to be amendment on this as well. And then the last thing I want to point out is that we also took out in this rule number 4, the Tompkins County appointment policy was tucked into this rule, which kind of made no sense and nobody could ever find it. So we took it out. It's going to be given its own rule number at the end of all of the rules. So it will be easily identifiable. We haven't actually looked at it if we want to make any changes, but so that will come at the end. But just so you're aware, it's not in this rule anymore. So those are kind of the main changes. And I welcome the numerous amendments that people want to make.
Thank you, Amanda. Discussion. Martha, then Henry.
I just got the track changes and I really, really, really want to thank Kathy and Brittany for putting together the track changes version of this because I was at sea. So this was really helpful. I just got that this morning. So I spent time, I sent everybody my thoughts on it. I'm not going to I'll let Henry raise the privilege of the floor for legislators question, but I have a couple suggestions that I think are not controversial. So if I can maybe walk through those, kind of clean those up, if that's possible. So I'm looking at on the order of business, and I would suggest moving the chair's report to before special presentation and or discussion. That just puts the chair, I mean, and maybe it's relevant if we move the legislators privilege up, but I found the flow of the meeting when I was chair was always better if my report came right after other legislators. And I haven't asked Leslyn about this, but I noticed she's done that a couple times as well. So I would love to see that change made, a small change.
That's friendly to me.
Thank you. Who seconded it?
Rich.
All right, great, thank you. Packet page 40, line 34 and 36, resolutions and motions added to and withdrawn from the agenda. Maybe this is a Jonathan question. Isn't a motion just something we do on the floor? It doesn't, I don't know if there's some place where motion is identified or defined, but my memory is that it's like, say, county administrator says, I want to hire this department head and we make a motion on the floor. So in that vein, a motion doesn't get filed 7 days ahead of time. And also wouldn't be something you'd withdraw.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, maybe we talked about this. I would ask Kathy or Jonathan if they could answer that. Because what you're saying makes sense, Martha. I can't remember if we talked about it.
Jonathan, did you hear the question?
I did. Yeah, you're right. Resolutions are different from motions, and it's talking mostly about resolutions here, really.
I mean, am I right? Is a motion is something we just make on the floor? Not written up ahead of time?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, most of and I don't recall, I'm not even sure if I was there for the discussion of this, but most of it refers to resolutions, and it's only at the very beginning that it says motions. I don't believe there was any change to that. I believe that's how it was before, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even know if that was discussed. Is that right, Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't add that in. I think
Yeah.
Martha's
So-
just pointing out something that that does seem a little bit odd.
Right, so you do make a good point. That wasn't anything the committee actually discussed. They didn't change that part.
Okay.
So Kathy wanted to add a couple of comments as well. Go ahead, Kathy.
It was actually added in at my request. I consider appointments a motion. They're not done by resolution. I guess that's what I was thinking when I made this request.
Well, appointments do get filed with us ahead of time. Maybe that could say appointments, but my worry is that, as I said, it's something we just do on the floor, and that's reasonable for us to do on the floor. This language sounds like we can't make a motion on the floor if it hasn't been filed 7 days ahead.
So this is something that we can definitely talk more about. Can we take this back, and this particular question that you're bringing up, Martha, that the committee can come back and we can amend this next time around?
That sounds fine with me. There's also the last sentence in that paragraph doesn't sound like a sentence. So while you're in that neighborhood, you could just look at
Okay. Yeah, we can reread that number 10 and make sure it makes more sense.
Thank you. And I saw Rich's hand. I don't know if it's about this.
If I mind, Amanda. Rich, did you want to add to this portion here?
Well, it sounds like it's going back, so we'll get to talk about it some more. I was gonna ask whether it could be resolutions and appointments. Would that solve that ambiguity?
Let's talk
Kathy.
about it.
So let's bring it back to the committee
Yeah, all right, we'll think about it.
and talk about that some more.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I had, I'm sorry, one more thing. Packet page 41 at the top, it's about consent agenda. Shall be a listing of all resolutions and appointments that have been designated as being routine. With how specific so many other things in this, I thought it should be designated by whom. And I thought by the clerk of the legislature, so designated by the clerk of the legislature as being routine. Which is how it, I think you took out language that said the chair would do it.
Yeah, I think we did talk about it. Dan, you had a thought about it, I think.
No, I think that language is in there. Can you remind me, can you tell me what page we're on again, please?
41 at the very top.
And in the document Brittany sent, this is page 4, where it looks like you took out chair of the recommending legislature committee or by the chair of the legislature. In other words, it used to say, the consent agenda shall be a list of all resolutions that have been designated routine by the chair of the legislature committee or the chair of the legislature. You took that part out, but didn't put in who would designate.
Again, my brain is blanking on our discussion because it's a bit late, but I mean, those were track changes that we made together. So we must have had
my recollection, Amanda.
Yeah.
From our meeting, my recollection is that we took out that language because we said the chair and committee chairs don't do this. It is the clerk that sets up the consent agenda. So I would consider that by the clerk of the legislature language friendly as the seconder.
Okay.
I think that meets what you and Dan and I were speaking about.
Okay, I mean, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Again, we can always rethink it if we need to. But so let's go ahead then and add in resolutions and appointments that have been designated as being routine by the clerk of the legislature.
Yes, great. Thank you. That's all, aside from the other topic.
All right, I have Mike Lane and I have Henry.
On that point, why couldn't you just say the chair of the committee, the chair of the legislature, or the clerk? And you don't have to pick.
Well, in practice, it's the clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes in the past, the clerk has discussed it with the chair. I know that.
Why don't
Probably the chair of probably the chair of the committees too.
Why don't we add in the clerk of the legislature? And that can be also something that Dan and Rich and I can talk about again and bring back if that makes sense.
Sounds
Okay,
wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Henry.
Yes. I want to bring an amendment to return privilege of the legislature back to its once prominent point early in the meeting after the privilege of municipal officials. I sent around a attachment earlier today. And I basically, because in the other rules, it doesn't really address the privilege of the legislature. It's just silent from what I can tell. And so I included the language, most of the language that was included in that version, although I took out by the consent of the chair, because since there was no consent of the chair before, I don't see why the consent of the chair be needed now. And my argument is that, look, we would have missed Anna Cullis's thing. We'd still be waiting for her to speak if, we wait to the end of the meeting for this. So I really feel that it degrades it to a point of, knocking it down. And I don't, and today there wasn't that much talking. I mean, but mostly the special proclamations, the other things, those take time. But I assume it won't be friendly. And so we can take a vote.
Yes, that is not friendly, but
Hold on, Henry. So Henry has a motion on the table. Seconded by Mike Lane. Let's continue discussing.
I just want to point out though that we did add in language. So I'm not sure what language you're talking about, Henry, because I think we did add in, and it's on packet page 42 that explains what it is. And it says upon consent of the chair, because, I mean, I guess it's redundant, but the chair is the one who says, the public this person can speak, this person can speak. It really is upon the consent of the chair. The chair could say, and the chair has said, well, you have already spoken 3 times. I'm going to cut you off now, so it really is upon consent of the chair. And I would, but I'm not exactly sure what language you're proposing that this is.
I'm proposing that entire language except for consent of the chair, because there's no in the rules you're changing, there's no consent of the chair mentioned for legislative privilege of the floor. So I'm returning it back to its initial spot.
Can you read what language you want it to say? I'm just still not clear what language. I understand the moving it back.
Are we sending this whole thing back to committee?
Members of the legislature shall be accorded the privilege of the floor and permitted to speak. As required of the public, legislators shall strive to be concise and to limit their speaking time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dan Klein.
Thanks. Just
to address that last point, I mean, no one is permitted to speak without permission of the chair, with a few small exceptions, like or points of order, that kind of thing. All right, I'm going to make a speech about not making speeches, and I acknowledge the irony of that. In December 2016, the very same month we were last debating salaries, the Government Operations Committee debated the topic of modifying the rules of the legislature to limit the amount of speech making during legislator privilege of the floor. 5 separate amendments were debated. One motion was for an 850-word resolution seeking to make several changes to the way legislators could use time during meetings, including moving legislative privilege of the floor to the end of the meeting. In the end, all that was able to be passed out of that committee that day was the following proposed rule change. Legislators are encouraged to limit legislators' privilege of the floor to 3 minutes in order to match the amount of time accorded to members of the public who address the legislature in the public privilege of the floor of the legislature meetings. And even that 42-word resolution was only able to get out of committee with a 3-2 vote. At the following legislature meeting, Anna Kellis moved to amend the resolution further, adding, quote, while legislators are speaking, the clock will be running so they would see the length of time they are speaking, unquote. That amendment was successfully added, but the main motion failed 7-7. I jotted down a note on my agenda, but unfortunately I did not write down who it was that said it. The quote was, "This is a victimless crime."
Sounds like Peter.
Maybe. I think it's a funny quote too, but I don't actually think this is a victimless crime. I think people who speak too much at these meetings are stealing time from the public, from the staff, and from other legislators. I think we would all agree that our attention span is limited, as maybe it's limited right now, and that when we start getting into the 5th hour of a meeting, as we kind of are now, we as a body are probably not at our best. A particular example for me was the August 18th, 2020 legislature meeting, when we were debating whether or not to spend $300,000 of public money to ensure that anyone in the county could get a free COVID test. This debate started at about the 4-hour mark of the meeting. I had said almost nothing the entire meeting to that point, but I had a lot of questions about this important decision we were going to make. Some legislators expressed their frustration that the meeting was going for so long. I got upset because, rightly or wrongly, I felt I was being blamed for speaking at the 4-hour mark, when the people who had spoken extensively at the 1-hour mark, the 2-hour mark, and the 3-hour marks were not taking responsibility for causing the meeting to run so late. That meeting adjourned at 10:27 p.m. We talk a lot about diversity and inclusion. There is a diversity of speaking styles and various degrees. Sorry. That was dramatic. There's a diversity of speaking styles and various degrees of self-restraint that people possess. Some of us are less likely to speak if others take up all the airspace. People who speak sparingly do not impinge on the rights of those who speak a lot. But people who speak a lot do impinge on the rights of those who restrain themselves. It is not inclusive to take too much time speaking at meetings. It is disrespectful to take up all the time and not even acknowledge that such behavior infringes on other people's ability to communicate. The following analogy may be harsh, but I believe it's true. If you take up too much time in our meetings, you are guilty of hoarding. There was enough toilet paper in the stores in March and April for everyone to take just what they needed, but some people did not. They took way more than they needed. Therefore, people who wanted to do the right thing and just take their fair share of toilet paper either were not able to get any, or if they were then motivated to hoard also. When you take up too much of the communal resource of time at our meetings, you are hoarding, and it negatively affects all of us. Hoarding is not a victimless crime, and neither is feeling that you have the right that what you have to say supersedes the group's right to have an inclusive, productive meeting. It's just 3 minutes, right? Well, if each legislator takes 3 minutes to speak, that's 45 minutes right there. If each legislator feels that it's their right to ask 20 plus questions at any given meeting, then they are putting their own needs above those of the group. If each of us asks 20 questions, that's 280 questions per meeting. That is not a formula for a good meeting. This chart has been produced to show how much people are speaking at the various meetings. I wish I was able to screen share it. And you can just see without having to see the names that some people are speaking 2, 3, or 4 times as much as other people. 4 years ago, when we were debating this subject, Martha Robertson said, "Self-discipline is not working." That was a quote. Unfortunately, self-discipline is still not working, which is why I feel we need restraint written into the rules. This measure is one step in that direction.
Thank you, Dan, about your speech about speeches. Good Lord, there are a lot of hands up, y'all.
You don't forget I'm there somewhere.
9:56. Ann Corman and then Mike Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree that I would like to see some type of restraint if, I think we could take this conversation offline. I mean, to be talking this much about it in a meeting seems counterproductive, since it's not, I don't think, a major policy that affects our county government, our community. But I would be in favor if people time, just try and time yourself for 3 minutes. I think putting that on our staff is onerous, and that's giving them more to do during a meeting where they have other things to do. So time yourself for 3 minutes. I've done that before, and it works pretty well. I will support Henry's resolution or amendment to move the legislative privilege of the floor back to where it was. This is a legislative meeting, and so I think the chair can move things around if they want to, but this is a legislative meeting, so I think we should be able to have privilege of the floor towards the beginning. Thank you. And that was under 3 minutes.
Thank you, Annie. Mike Lane.
I agree with Henry's amendment here. It's interesting. When I was chair, I've got to think back, and I would try to keep people crisp, and I would complain. One time I asked for the staff to time people at different meetings that had been recorded, and we circulated that around. We didn't do anything with it. We just let people know, something like that chart you just did, Dan. But we actually had the timing. A lot of people got mad at me for doing that. But I thought it said something important. But I don't think we ought to try to do away with privilege of the floor. And that's what I think will happen to it for the legislators if you put it at the end. People will just trail off and nobody will be listening. People on the TV or the live stream won't be listening. And I think what will probably happen is that the speeches that might be made on privilege of the floor will somehow work their way into committee reports or questions that are made of committee reports or other kinds of things which give people an opportunity to have the floor. And I would be worried about that. So I think we need to do what we're doing. And I'll say one other thing, and please don't think I'm sexist when I say this, but I heard from a number of people when I was trying to restrict things and talk about the length that folks were talking about. Some of my female colleagues said to me, women have a different way of communicating than men often. And that's not cut and dried. And sometimes that means asking more questions or speaking longer or coming back. And I can think of some legislators that I've served with in the past that certainly fit that bill. So I guess what I'm trying to say is you've got to make allowances for different styles of different legislators. And sadly, when you're trying to be as crisp as possible, there are some folks that simply need more airtime in order to be able to say what they want to say. So I'll say that.
Thank you, Mike. I am going to support Henry's amendment to the resolution as well. I think it's not often that legislators, matter of fact, I don't think privilege of the floor is the problem, really. I do not think that's the problem. In more recent months, even more so, legislators don't say that much. But I think earlier in the process, when most of our constituents are watching, oftentimes we are sharing information that's happening in our districts and so on and so forth. And I would rather it stay where it is. That said, I see hands up, but I also want to acknowledge that if I don't call on you right away, it's because there are also people in the legislative chambers who've been raising their hands. And so I want to keep people in order. So Rich John, and then Shauna Black, and then Martha Robertson.
Thank you, Leslyn. I think I was one of the chief parties Dan was talking about back in, I guess it was 2016, trying to see if there was a way to get us to think about being more concise. I have to say I failed utterly back then, and I'm afraid this attempt will probably fail as well. I was at GO and participated in the discussions there, and I was dubious about moving privilege of the floor. And I thought it would get voted down when it got here, and it perhaps will. But I did think this is a discussion worth having. You know, we're at 4.5 hours, and frankly, I don't believe a committee or a legislature does very well later in these meetings. You know, you see the temperament change and the attention isn't there at the beginning, as you see at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, I'm after Rich.
I have circulated my thoughts on some points on how you can be a more effective speaker and to be simple, clear, and short. You know, and I'd suggested that would be a proper topic for a retreat of the legislature, that we could really perhaps bring in some expertise to talk to us about this. I haven't gotten any traction on that, but I'd renew that idea that we could be better communicators with some training. And frankly, I think we need that training. We're just not doing a very good job. Thanks.
Shauna Black.
So I just wanted to make an amendment to see if we could bring this whole resolution 9742 back to committee.
Second.
Amendment to take this back to committee.
Well, it's a motion.
A motion, sorry.
Rather than to take it back to committee. Seconded by Mike Lane.
Well, wait, don't you have to decide on my motion?
No.
I don't think so.
My amendment?
No.
Okay.
Yours can go back to committee as well. Amanda?
I appreciate that, Shauna. I'm just not sure there's nothing is going to change. I mean, we're at the point where the legislature needs to vote on this, and we can take it back to committee, but I will just bring it back to the next meeting and do this again. That's what I'm seeing. So I think we need to vote on it, but people want to give speeches first. So yeah.
Yeah. Follow up, Shauna, and then Martha.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we're going on 4.5 hours here. I'm exhausted. I mean, I don't know about everyone else, and I've been here since 3 today. You know, I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying I'm whipped. And Rich is right. You know, after you go past 2.5 hours, your mind is elsewhere. So I figure I'd try this. If it doesn't get support, we'll figure it out.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Martha.
I hope we don't do this. I think we're close. If people just have a chance to say a few words, then I think we could wrap this up. I really do.
Okay. Anybody else wants to speak on the motion that's on the table? Henry.
Yes. I mean, I agree with Amanda. You know, if we send it back to committee, it was a 4-1 vote coming out of committee. I vote against it. I will, again, if we bring it back to committee, we meet with it in January, then we'll bring it back. And I will again vote against it and bring up the same amendment. So I don't really see what the issue is. And also, you know, maybe I'm a night person, but I'm fine. And Anna talked about how she was in a 7-hour orientation today. You know, I mean, you know, it's not 7 hours. And so I don't see privilege of the floor as being such a big time consumer. But, you know.
All right, let's vote on the motion. The motion on the table is to take this back to committee. Let's vote.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
No.
I'm sorry,
No.
Anna Kellis,
No.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Morey,
No.
Martha Robertson,
No.
Mike Sigler,
Oh.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
No.
2 ayes, 12 noes.
Okay, that fails. Let's go back to the amendment that's on the table. Folks, can we please get this to a vote? It's just about moving privilege of the floor. Martha Robertson.
A couple of things. Interesting, Dan, that you raised the August, was it 18th meeting? I noticed the meeting was we had 2 proclamations. I think we ought to have a rule about proclamations. That night we had 2 proclamations. There were no fewer than 6 people who made flowery thank you speeches about the Human Rights Commission. 6 people had to each thank the Human Rights Commission at the beginning of that meeting. I would say, I really do feel it's, the graph that Amanda has worked on is really misleading. There's a huge difference between a question and a speech. According to that graph, it's not about the amount of time somebody spends talking. It's, if I say, Jason, what was that number again? That gets the same mark. Yeah, Amanda has said that. Don't shake your head, Dan. Amanda, the first time she released it, that was the incidents, the numbers of time you spoke, not how much time you spoke. I think we should all remember this year we have had hours of time on our COVID reports. It's not typical that the county administrator's report would take an hour and a half, or which is what many of them have. So again, I think the issue is really, I think the proclamations are kind of out of control. I know we needed 2 tonight because they had 2 people.
The floor, Martha, move it or don't move it.
So I'm supporting Henry's motion and would ask the committee to, if we need a rule about proclamations, I'd ask the committee to consider that, like 1 per meeting.
Thank you. Anna Kellis.
I would just say really briefly, I think that it's, if people want to speak, they should speak. Blaming each other, not speaking, and blaming people who do speak for the reason that they're not speaking. If you have something to say, I think you should say it. I think it's a personal opinion. I've been sitting in this chair with 1 15-minute break since 9 a.m. this morning. So yeah, I'm there with you, literally. But we can do it. The one thing that they do at the state, and I've been conferencing now for 2 weeks, is that they have a 3-minute time limit in arguments. So I suggest that you look at some other things, because when I'm looking at this, I don't think it's the privilege of the floor that's causing these meetings to be long. I do think it's the debates back and forth for the resolutions. So I will just leave that as another option that you might want to consider, is a max of 3 minutes, and you put a timer out, and those are the debates that you have on the resolution. And yeah, I just don't think this is the solution that will get you where you want to go.
Privilege of the floor, to move or not to move? That is your question. Henry.
Yes. Since I'm the number 2 big speaker on the chart, I find it amazing that I'm number 2, because again, my first chair, you barely heard me speak. So I feel like I'm old time for speaking. So, and also, I mean, we talk about the consent of the chair. Municipal officials are invited to speak. They don't have to get consent of the chair. And also, again, the original rules do not have consent of the chair in them. It doesn't deal with the privilege of the floor by legislators. It's just assumed that we have privilege of the floor. And so I think that that's it. I don't think that moving it is gonna cause the meetings going any shorter, as this meeting showed. That we have issues that we're going to discuss, and we're going to discuss them till we're dead. So.
All right, Amanda, you'll have the last word on this, and then I'm calling a vote.
I will have the last word. I just want to say that I think it's totally okay to move privilege of the floor back. I'm still going to vote against it. But part of the whole point of this for me was to have this conversation. And I know people are exhausted. I was practically falling asleep earlier, but that's the point. That's the point of this conversation, is that people talk a lot. And whether it's privilege of the floor, which it was last year, this year, it's the COVID reports or the debating the issues. And that's the whole point of this, is to have this conversation. And I think it needed to happen publicly, and that it is an issue, because if people want to participate and run for office and be on this legislature, this is what it is, So I think it's a good discussion to have. Everyone's tired. It's kind of appropriate that it was the last thing that we talked about tonight. So I do hope that people will consider how much they're speaking during these meetings.
Okay, Dave, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Matt, I thought you'd have the last word, but Dave didn't speak a lot.
It's muted.
Thank you. Just one comment. If the issue is the hour, let's move the meetings to earlier.
I didn't hear that.
Move the meeting to earlier.
Instead of starting at 5:30, start at 3:30.
That's hard.
Some people have jobs.
Yeah, some people have
What's
jobs,
that?
and I'm sorry,
That's a whole nother
public as well.
That's a whole nother debate.
Look, I understand where people are coming from, and I don't like these, lengthy meetings either. But one of the things that, and I saw Jason made a joke, I'm going to take this as a joke, that I'll keep the COVID report to 3 minutes, because I know full well, and you all know full well, that if people don't get their questions answered, don't get to ask those questions, it becomes a source of panic. Then the emails start flying, the meeting continues post-meeting with, 20 million emails going back and forth, and people needing answers, and, oh no, we need to meet because we didn't get the answers. So, just get it out of your systems, ask the questions. And again, back to self-monitoring, leave privilege of the floor where it is, and let's just, these are unusual times. We just got to do better ourselves and monitor ourselves. I know it's easier said than done, but let's give it a try. And I can reshuffle this agenda, or whoever's chair can do that at any time. So privilege of the floor could not happen at any given time, but there's no need to be putting these hard and fast, things in place as far as I'm concerned. And what feels like censoring folks. Let's take a vote, please. Oh, that's on Henry's amendment.
Could Henry restate what the language is?
The language is subsection C, members of the legislature shall be accorded the privilege of the floor and be permitted to speak. As required of the public, legislators shall strive to be concise and limit their speaking time.
Thank you.
Ready? Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
No.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corbin,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, that carries. So back to the main motion with this amendment, which the rules of the legislature changes. Have we talked about it enough?
Yes.
Let's vote. And we know what's going back to committee for other discussion.
Yes.
Let's vote.
Did Dan have a motion?
Oh,
Dan was going to make a motion.
I'm sorry, Dan, you have a motion?
No, we'll put that as part of heading back to committee. We'll bring it back as a whole.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So we're voting on the resolution as amended.
Vote on the resolution as amended. Resolution R.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. That carries unanimously. Is there anything else from Government Operations Committee?
Look forward to more rules next time.
I stop now, okay. Individual profile, sorry, resolutions, minutes of the previous meeting. Moved by Shala Black. May I have a second, please? Seconded by Annie Corman. Are there any substantive corrections to the minutes?
We're killing Jason over here. He's yawning. Come on, we gotta.
He's not a legislator. He doesn't have.
Vote on the minutes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. The minutes carried. Unfinished business, just a reminder to all of you to please, if you haven't done so and you would like to, turn in your United Way pledges. We're looking good, we're looking good. Other than that, everyone have a safe and happy holiday season. Thank you very much, legislators, for your service this year. We know it's been a rough year, but you all done well. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too, Rosalind.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Thanks, everyone, for
Adjourn.
Good luck, Anna.
Moving to adjourn.
Thank you.
Annika, let's move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Bye, Anna.
And we all agree to adjourn, and Kathy.
Okay.
Good night.